So you can have things like, okay, total sales by country, total profit by total sales by region, total sales by category, then maybe total sales by something else. Then page 2, you now come and say, oh, total profit by this, by that, by this, by that. Then you now come page 3. You can now analyze your customers. You can now analyze your customers. And that's what we're just going to do in today's class. I asked to share because I couldn't. I've contacted Lamide. I couldn't see everyone's work because of some issues with my laptop and work related stuff. But at least I like what I see. If you could do this, then it's good. But the only issue I have with this report now, Favor, is your number of customers and number of orders are the same thing. How possible is that?
I don't know.
Okay, let's look at it together. Let's quickly look at it together before we go to today's class. So let me go to your measures. Okay. Can you please click on the measure that you use for number of customers? I can't hear you. No, just click on number of customers on your right. Hello? Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you. Favor, can you hear? We can't hear you if you are speaking.
Maybe she's having network issues. Hello, Favor. But guys, can we see what I'm talking about? A number of customers and a number of orders are the same thing. So that means maybe there's just a mix-up in the... Oh, she's off. That means there's a mix-up in that formula. But those are things you just look out for. If you're having the same numbers for your cards, you know that, okay, something is wrong somewhere. So I guess I'll wait for her to come back. But while we are waiting for her to come back, and before we get into today's class, I believe the data set for today's class has been shared. So I'll just want everybody to try to get it or download it to their system, then open Power BI and bring in the data set. So for today, we're just going to use an Excel data. I picked that because what I want to show us is focused on something else, not like last week that we had to bring. Hello? Okay. So I was saying I chose that data set because I want to focus on other things like modeling today. Unlike last week where we focused on how we clean data, how we would bring data from various sources. I believe we've covered that part, so we don't need to go over it again. So today's data set is just going to be an Excel file that we're bringing in, and that file that was shared has various tables in it. So I want us to bring in everything, like go to the SharePoint folder, download the dataset. I think it's worldwide importers or wide world importers. That's importers. That's the name of the data.
I put it in folder. So I put it in the folder. I just named it class 2. So guys, if you go to your SharePoint or your Teams folder, you see Power BI, and then I named it class 2 so that it's easy for everybody to identify.
Okay, so please everybody, let's download it and open your Power BI, upload it. It's a large data, so it might take a while to upload if your system is not fast. But please open your Power BI and upload those files. And once you have it in Power BI, just give me a reaction, maybe a thumbs up or something, so that I can just start. I'm using that to just wait for favor. So we just um look at that report together then before we start today's class. But if it doesn't come and everybody has uploaded the file, we'll just continue. So please, let's do that. Once you finish, just give me a reaction.
Guys, please remember that Yomi cannot see the chat. So if we've all downloaded the if you've all downloaded the data sets, just either unmute yourself or put a reaction so he can see. Thank you.
Yeah, Toby, I see that you're done. Is any other person done? Until that person done, please, so that we'll start and cover a lot today.
I'm done.
All right, all right. I want everybody to have brought it in because I know the data is quite large, so I don't want it to be that there's anybody that would have started and they don't have the data set. So please. I'll just give you a few more minutes for that, then I'll kick off what I have for us today.
Hello. I've been able to load mine as well. Good morning.
All right, good morning. Thank you. So I'll just continue with class today. I wish Favor could come up back so that we just sort out that issue because I feel everybody will learn from it, but maybe we'll look at it later. So yeah.
She
Yeah,
said
yeah,
she
me.
was
So
trying
before
to
you
join.
continue, all right, ladies first.
Sorry?
She said she was trying to join, that her network, her Wi-Fi went off.
Oh, okay, okay,
I'd
okay.
like to say something. I have a similar issue with I got the same numbers of orders and customers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then you can share your screen.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
Yeah, so let's look at the measure that you created. Okay, click on number of customers. No, just yeah, so that the formula comes up. Okay, click on number of orders. Hmm, okay,
What I think is I think the data set you have is quite different from the one we got.
that's strange. I'm wondering where the issue. Can you go to the data set? Just the one on the left. Yeah. And just click on, yeah, the global superstore table. Did you have like a, okay. Why is it different? Sorry, just a minute. I want to request control. Have you given me? I requested for control.
Yeah, already did.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's not working. That's strange. Okay, once I'll look at it and get back to you guys. I think there should be, or maybe it's the data set that has some issues,
Yeah,
because
I
I
think
can
you
see
can
that.
just compare your data set with the one that was uploaded. You can just
Okay, because I can see that you probably did a distinct count of other ID and you did a distinct count of customers. Well, it might be the same because I mean each other ID has the same customer, so but I'll check. Maybe it's right after all. All right, let me know when you can see my screen. Yes, you should see my screen now. So I have brought in data set for today's class. This is it: city, customer, date, employee, sales, stock item. Now, first of all, when you bring in the data set, like I've always said, the first thing we do is we try to check the transformation. We try to transform it to ensure that everything that is brought in is proper. So I think today's data set is kind of clean because I got the sample from a clean, like I made sure it was clean because I didn't want us to spend time with cleaning since we have already covered that. But it's always safe to check. It's always safe to check. So we'll just check our transform data, and I want you guys to just look at it individually, look at all the tables, look at the data types, and if you have any, go through the tables and let me know if you have anything that you feel that we need to change in any of the tables. So before I let you guys do that, if you guys remember last week, we had different tables and we were doing the whole append, we were doing merge for the different tables because I was saying I wanted to consolidate everything to one table. But today I'm not going to be doing that. Reason is that there are two approaches to these things. If you want to start creating your reports on Power BI, you can either decide to merge or you can either decide to do modeling. By modeling, I mean you have something like a fact table and you have your dimension tables and you do like a star schema. I don't know if you guys have done anything relating to star schema. I believe you'd have done in SQL. Just basically facts and dimensions. So your fact tables are things that contain the quantifiable part of the business, the facts part of the business. Then the dimensions are things that will describe those facts. So instead of consolidating everything to one table, you can decide to just have your one fact table and join your dimension tables to those fact table using the foreign keys that you have on the fact table. That way it's good because number one, if your data set is very large, last week we were doing a data set that had, I think, just 50 something thousand rows. For today's class, we had a data set that has about 200 and something thousand rows. So imagine working in a place where their data set is millions of rows. you can't consolidate into one table because it's just going to make your work clumsy and Power BI will be slow. So the best approach to do that, to use when you have that big huge amount of data, is to use the modeling, which is star schema that we're using now. So for example, if you have a very good database design, if maybe you work for a place and they've done a proper database design and they have a proper, what we call a proper data warehouse, what happens is they have this already well designed on the database. All you just need to do is to plug into the tables. So you have your facts, maybe facts about sales or about purchases or about orders, quantifiable part of the business. Then you have your various dimensions that describe the facts. So for example, in this table now, you can see, if you look at city, this is a dimension because there's really no quantifiable part of city. There's really no quantifiable thing. This is just showing you all the cities that is registered in our business, in our database. Same thing for customers. This just shows all the customers registered, right? You just know, okay, the category of customers, the customer name and everything. This is date too. This is just a table that shows all the dates possible. I will see how we use it. This is employee too. This just shows all the employees that the business has, a table to show the employees that the business has. Then we have sales. Now, this is the measurable part of the business. That means all the sales that we have as a company. And you can see that from this place, you can see we have the various foreign keys. You have your city key. That means this city key is this city key here. Sorry. So this city key is this city key here. You have your customer key, and this is your customer key here. You have your employee. So you can see that on our sales table, which is our fact table, we have various foreign keys that can link to the various dimensions. So the idea is you just have one fact table and you have many dimensions that describe that fact. So it gives it a kind of star kind of shape. So you have something in the middle, then you now have various things joined to it. So let me quickly just do a small chart to show. I believe we should be familiar with this a little bit, but just for the benefit of those that might not know. So this is what it looks like. So you have something like this. Then you have various dimensions to it, like this, just connected around it, right? So this would be your best text. This would be your facts table. Then here you cannot have something like this, maybe things that will not describe your facts. For example, maybe your, like we've seen in that place, customer, something like your dates, another one maybe like this. You have something like your city and so on and so forth. So we just have everything that will just surround the fact. So why this works and why it's better is because if you have a very, very large data set, having this, it makes it easy for your data to just slice any dimension you want to use. It makes it easy to slice your data. If you do it and consolidate it as one, well, that is not, first of all, that is not even a proper database design. That's not a proper database design. I think it's not best practice. So most times, like in a proper place that the database design is properly done, you see something like this. You have a data warehouse where you have your facts and you have your dimensions, and having that makes reporting easy because you just need to know okay, this is what the business user wants, this is what they want to see, and you know where to go and get that data. So you just bring in the necessary facts. If they want to measure whatever they want to measure, you just bring in what they want to measure, and whatever they want to measure those things by, and you bring in those dimensions, the corresponding dimensions, and with that you just start you just bring everything into your Power BI. You can start slicing and everything. So that's just the basic idea of what we're doing today. And I'll show you how to model. Then I'll focus on the designing part for us, just to show us what a good design will be, so that your reports is appealing and presentable. Because I always tell my students, there's one thing to have insights. There's another thing for your report to be appealing to the user. Because you can have your insight, everything, but if the thing is not, it, in fact, the first thing is your appeal. Because if your appeal is not good, if it's not appealing in the eyes of the user, it's as good as not in any report. Because I mean, what's the use then? So I'll teach us how to just do some little appeal and look and feel. Then I have like one more measure that will show. So let's do it. So I quickly want us to look at this guy and just glance through to ensure that, okay, the data is proper, this data is actually clean. Just glance through and see if there are any maybe data types we need to change, or anything we need to replace, or anything like that. So if you look at it for city key, this is in the right format, the ID is in the right format, I believe. If you see anyone that you think we need to adjust, please just let me know.
Hello.
Maybe so that I'm not missing anyone.
Hello.
Yeah.
So I can see from here that we have this city key.
You have what?
I can see from here
Yeah.
there is a city key and a city ID. So I understand the city ID is the primary key. What's the
Yes.
use of the city key then?
So sorry, where are you
Yeah,
which table are you talking of?
the city table. There is city
Okay.
key and there
City
is
key.
yeah,
These two, right?
yeah.
Okay. So in SQL, you must have done something called surrogate key,
Okay.
right? So this city ID is actually the actual ID of the city, but this city key is the surrogate key to help us track changes in the city. So I don't know, it might be a little bit more than this class, but I don't know. There's something called slow changing dimensions. So when we want to track history, for example, if you look at this particular city now, maybe this one, El Jebel, Colorado, something, North America, sales territory. If for anything, any of the information here changes, right, we want to track it and know, okay, the information about this particular city with this ID, it changed at so time, so date. We want to be able to track the changes. So that is what this surrogate key is for. If we were tracking changes, it's just what surrogate key can use, like the unique identifier of each city in this particular city table. But this one is like the general city ID for the business wise. But this one is the identifier of each city in this table. I don't know if I explained that properly for you.
I get you. One more question, please. Is
Okay.
it possible to have just a city? Is it possible to have just the key for the table to have just the key and not the ID? Is that possible?
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. It's possible. It depends on the design. So, like I was telling you, there are different types of um, ways people design their table. If you don't want to store history, about the table, that's what we call slow changing dimension one. So the person will not do all of this surrogate key to just have the city ID, and it's fine as long as it's unique and it doesn't repeat itself. It does the work of the ID. So it's possible.
Thank you.
Very possible. Thank you. So let's just, is there any other question, please? So Favor, you're back. We looked at Toby's zone and we had a similar issue with that number of others. So I guess is that is the data, it's not you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'll still look at it.
All right.
I'll still look at it and get back to you. So yeah, so I think for me, I've looked at this data set and it was good, but so I expect it to be good. I don't want us to waste time, but if perhaps there's anything you notice, you can just call my attention to it so that we can do it together. But apparently it's a very clean data because I trust the source I got it from. It's a very, very clean data. So but let's go to, we didn't do any changes, so let's just go and start our work for today. So first thing I want us to do is, so this class is going to be participatory. I'm not just going to be doing it. I want everybody to, I mean, if you are just listening in, please, I want you to just maybe if you can, for the period of this class, right, let's just get our hands dirty so that we can do it together. So it's not just me that is doing it. I want us to do, first of all, let's start creating our measures. The first measure I want us to do is I want us to get our, so if you look at our sales table now, I want us to get so I want us to get total sales, that's total excluding tax, then total sales including tax, and total profit and total quantity. I'll go over that again. I wanted to get total quantity of goods sales and total quantity of goods sold, total quantity of goods sold. I want us to get total excluding tax. I want us to get total profit. I want us to get total including tax. So please, let's just do it and let's compare values that we have with one another. Let me go over that again. Total quantity of goods sold, total excluding tax, total profit, and total including tax. So once you have it, you can just share so that we can compare with one another. Okay, I'll do my own. I'll not share my screen so that nobody will copy me. How's it going? Are we done? The Ayemi Adeola, are we done? Favor, how's it going? We should not end you. Can start comparing values so that we know that we're on the same page. So let's add one more to that. So I've asked for total sales excluding tax, including tax. Just a minute. Let's do wait. I want to add one more to that. Got my table. So I want us to add the a measure that shows the distinct sales. So we know that let me share my screen. I want us to add a measure that shows the distinct sales. So what I want us to do is have a measure that we know that okay, we are calculating total excluding tax, we are calculating total including tax, we are calculating total quantity, but also I want us to calculate the like each record, how many records, how many distinct records makes up this particular sales table. So I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So it's more like a count of the sales that was done, right? Not quantity of the products now, the count of the sales that was done. So I want us to do that. The count of the sales that was done for um this particular table data set that we have. I think this is a 3-year data set. So we want to know what's the total number of sales that was done, not as per the money now, as per quantity or as per number of sales. So the last measure will be number of sales done. Then when we're done, let's just compare values and let's see if we're all on the same page. All right, me, I'm done. Is anybody done? So I'll be calling random people to know their values for each of these measures I've asked. Is a like remember last week I was telling you that I was not after accuracy, but today I'm after accuracy because it's very important that you're accurate. So let's just compare values. So for the first one, for the total quantity sold, who am I calling? Who am I calling? Who is giving us? Adefolarin, please. What is your total quantity sold? Hello? Is he here? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe he's not here. So please, can someone tell me the total quantity sold for them if you've done the measure?
I got 9 million.
9 million.
Yep.
Okay. All right. I think that's accurate. Mine is 9 million. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Toby. So another person, please, for um total excluding tax. Another person, please. Maybe Tohib. Total excluding tax. Have you done it, guys? You push your answer now, so that I just want to ensure that everybody is getting it. That's what I'm asking. I can just go ahead and say this is the value, but I want us to do it ourselves. So please, someone should total excluding tax. Let me know what you have. Wait, in favor, what do you have? Total excluding tax.
I haven't done it. My system is annoyingly slow,
Oh,
so I'm still
sorry,
working on
sorry,
mine. Yeah.
sorry. Can be like that
Yeah.
sometimes.
Hello.
Yes.
I've done it, but I don't know how I'm supposed to see the exact figure. It's
Okay.
between 0.1 billion and 0.2 billion. It's almost 0.2 billion.
Did you display it with a card?
What? No, no, no. Let me
Okay.
pick
Try
a
and pick
card.
a card.
Okay, it says 172 million.
72 million. That's total what?
Total excluding tax.
Okay, let me check my. Awesome. That's right. We have the same thing. Okay. Please, another person for total including tax. Someone that has not spoken. The other Toby, that is not the Toby that spoke before. Hi, good morning. Abi, good afternoon. It's
Good
morning
morning.
now. Please, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay, so please, what's your total including tax?
198 0.04 million.
Okay, let me check mine. Including tax. Awesome, awesome. Thank you. So total profit is next. Let me see who will I ask for that. Hi, Tohib. Are you with us?
Hi, yeah, I just joined, so I'm trying to play catch
Oh,
up again.
okay. But you have the data set, yeah? Okay, so sorry, I can't pronounce his name. Wait, is this the same person? I think it's the same person. Adefolare. Is he with us? Can you hear me? It's not with us. Okay, let me go to Adeola. Please, are you with us? Hi, Adeola. All right, just continue. So anybody can just come up. Tell me what they have as total profit.
85.73 million.
85.73 million. Yeah, awesome. Then I told us to do one last one, which is number of sales. So the number of sales that was done. If we did that correctly, we should have something like this 228K. That's the total number of sales that was done during that period. So now we just have like yeah.
Please, what column did you use to generate that? Or what?
Okay. Thank you. Very important. So I went to the sales table and I looked at it and I said, what's column in this sales table identifies each sales uniquely? So that will be your sales key. It identifies each sales uniquely. That means there cannot be any repetition of any of this one. So this is what identifies this sales. This is what identifies this sale. So I just did a distinct count of the sales key and I got that. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
All right, awesome.
Yeah, Yummy, I did something else, but I got the same thing.
What did you do?
I counted the sales quantity.
The sales quantity?
Yeah, I counted it.
Oh, so yeah, so that would work. That would work, but it's a dangerous approach. It's not a very good approach to use. The reason is that you know that because of these data sets, it's clean. So let me think about it again. You counted this one, right?
I counted the sales
This
quantity.
quantity. So in a
Yeah.
situation where maybe the quantity, how did that work? Because I can see situations where the quantity is more than one.
It's not distinct count, it's count, just count.
Oh, count.
Yeah, because that's the total quantity. I just counted the quantity. I didn't use a distinct in it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's working, but it's just safer to go with the key because the key is more like what uniquely identifies each sales. So it's just safer to go from that key approach because you know that okay, with this key is distinct and nothing can be repeated. A key would appear only once. So if you can do a distinct count of the keys, it gives you the number of sales. That's just a safer approach. Of course, the other ways you can get it, but it's a safer approach to go by.
Thank you.
So yeah. So I just advise people if you want to do a count, just count on the keys. Don't just count on anything because if you count on the keys, it gives you a better approach. So there are other measures that we can do that we'll do alongside as we go by through the class. I mean, you can do things around the employee, you can do things around the customer, and all of those things. I often show us one that's very, very good. Very good. So yes. So when we have these measures, it's just important that we do some things just to make our report make sense. So remember, I started the class with saying things about modeling and everything. So what I want to show us next is how we can do our modeling, which is this third part of this our left pane. You can see model. So when I click it, let me collapse these guys. So you can see it's already showing a relationship between our various tables, but I want us to do it ourselves because Power BI automatically does some connections for us, which is good. But I would like us to do it by ourselves because sometimes Power BI might not be right. So if you are there, just I'll delete all of these guys, all of these relationships. Delete. I just want to explain. It's not like Power BI is wrong in this case, but I just want to explain what was done so that it's easy for us to do it ourselves. So the way I like to do it, I just like to arrange all my dimensions in one place. So these are my various dimensions. Yeah, and this is my fact table. So you ignore this one because this is the table that is having my measures. So I don't need it in my model. Is it too small? Should I zoom in? This should be better. Okay. So you guys can see that we have our various dimensions and we have our fact, which is our sales table. So what we need to do is we want to connect our dimensions to our facts. That means we want to establish a relationship between all of these tables and this our fact table here. And it's very simple. All you just need to know is, okay, what is connecting both of them? What key are we using to connect both of them? That means what we're trying to say is, what is the primary key in this particular dimension table that is now a surrogate key in this fact table? So primary key in dimension table, surrogate key in fact table. So one easy way to do it is you just go to your table. For example, we look at let's start with city. I look at city. When I look at city, I can see that this is my surrogate key, but this is my primary key in this city column, not this. Sorry, city ID. Let me look at it again. City ID, city. Okay, just a minute. I want to confuse us. Okay. So this is our city key, and this is our this is our city key, and this is our modeling. This is our city key, and this is our sales table. So what you just need to do is you just join the key to one another. So we know that for city key, this is the key here, and you can see a city key in your sales table. So all you just need to do is drag. See it, I clicked on it and I just dragged it and I put it on city key here on my facts table. And just like that, I've connected both. So you can see city key and city key is highlighted, right? So for this stock item, I look again, stock item key. I just drag it, stock item key from stock item, and I drag it with stock item key here. So I've established a relationship between both of them. If I highlight it, you can see stock item key, stock item key. The same thing for customer. I see the customer key and I look for customer key on my fact table. I drag it and I put it on it. So both customer keys are connected. The same thing with employee. I drag and I put my employee and employee together. So you see employee is connected, right? Then for dates, I can look at delivery date key. Then there should also be a sales date key. So it depends on what you want to report based on. I can decide to report based on delivery dates. I can decide to report based on sales dates. But I want to use sales date since it's a sales date I'm reporting on. So what I just need to do is, you can see date key here. This is supposed to be a date key, but it's not labeled as date key, but you can see it has the calendar showing dates. So I just need to drag.
Sorry to drag you back.
All right, it's fine.
What did you use to connect the stock table?
So for stock table, there's a stock item key. Stock item key to stock item key. Can you see it?
Okay, I can see it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome. So ideally, most people make it easy for us, people that are your whoever, depends if you are the data analyst or if you are just the Power BI person. They make it easy for you and just make sure that they have the same column name, so it's easy to connect tables together. So you just look for the key, input the dimension and the fact, and join them together. So for this date now, ideally this is supposed to be like a date key or something, but we just have it as date. But you can see both of them have the calendar. So I just drag my sales date key together with my dates. I hope I did not nobody's missing. If you are missing, let me find you, because it's very important. Modeling is very important. That's the
Yeah, I mean,
that's the
does the
very.
direction of a dragon matters?
No, it doesn't. Just
Oh.
either from fact dimension to fact. Just put it on one another.
Ibi báyìí mo fẹ́ píìkì gangan, mo ti fẹ́ gbé nǹkan.
Ẹ lọ sí edge yẹn ibi tí 3 dots yẹn.
So is everybody good? If you have questions, you can ask me. You can go from this side to this side or this side to this side. Dimension to fact. Just make sure they are the same and confirm your connection by hovering over the line, and you will see the two things that are highlighted. When you hover over the line, you will see both columns are highlighted. That confirms what you've connected if it's proper. So then I'm just going over mine again. Customer, employee, dates, and sales dates. Awesome. So once you're done with that, you just click this good sign up, and you're good to go. You can go back. So I just want to confirm from majority of us that we're good there. We're good in that part. We did not get missing. So once you've connected it successfully, you can give me a thumbs up. Yeah, very important before that.
Hello.
Yeah.
You said something lastly now, that when you are sure you have everything right, then you just do something. I didn't get that. Sorry.
No, I see you can click this good key here.
Okay.
And you can go back. You are good to go.
Thank you.
One very important thing I need to mention for everybody, just to note, the reason why we're doing this is because if you don't do it properly, Lamide will relate to this one. Mide will relate. If you don't do this properly, by the time you are doing your charts will be misbehaving. So, for example, you do a chart and you're expecting to see maybe sales by city. You just see that all the cities have the same number, maybe 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000 for all the cities. Know that you have made mistake in this either you did not join or you did not join properly. We had an issue with this during the course of the week today, me and Mide. So when you don't join properly, you will just be seeing inconsistencies with your data. Maybe the number is not doing well, or you're just getting the same values across all the various categories. So once you have that, most likely your issue is with your joining. So you have to come back here and join it back. That's why I said before, Power BI is smart. Power BI will do some connections for you, but it's always good for you to go and check those connections by yourself, because sometimes Power BI might misconnect it and it's just be giving you error in your data and you don't know where the error is coming from. Meanwhile, all you just need to do is go back and do your proper connections and your data is right. So that's why you need to always double check. Once you just see inconsistencies in your data, the first place for your troubleshooting should be your connection. If your connection is good, and then that means maybe your measure is wrong or something. But aside that, that's why this place is very, 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 very important. So if you've done this, then we can just start. We can just start with something now. I'll start with something now. We have all of these measures done. Let me delete this one on my page. So that's all about modeling. So sometimes you can have maybe 15 dimensions to one fact table. So you just connect everything, then you can start doing your reports. Now, for the reports,
Hello.
what up? Is someone saying something?
Yes. That tick sign you did in yours, I can't seem to be able to do mine. Like
It doesn't matter. Just click. As long as you've done your connection, just click. It doesn't matter. As long as you've done all the connections properly, doesn't really matter. The tick sign doesn't really matter. I just did it. If what I'm saying is whether you click or not, Power BI still recognizes this connection you've done. As long as those lines are connected to the facts are connected to the dimension, you can go ahead. Just go back to your report page. So now we've done our reports right now. So
one more
huh?
thing. Sorry. One more thing.
Okay.
The new measures, where does that fit into the model? Like, am I supposed to remove it, or it just stays somewhere there aside the new
The measures in the modeling, right?
Yes.
No, you're not supposed to remove it and you're not supposed to touch it, because you know that measures why it's showing as a table is because I told you last week that I like to do my measures like that so that it's separate. I know where all my measures are. So I'm storing it in a table, but that table is not necessarily part of my model because I'm the one that created that table just to host and house my measures. So you are not deleting it, just leave it. You're not connecting it also.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, let's start reporting. The way I love to approach reports, which is something I didn't tell you last week, I love to approach my reports in, this is not cast in stone, yeah? I'm just telling you based on my experience or how my style. The different people have different styles. I love approaching my report based on domains. When I mean domains, I mean like I like each page to talk about a particular thing, which is what I was saying earlier in the class. For example, I might want my page one to be like an overview for the business, because my idea when I'm creating reports, the idea I want us to have is, first of all, who are you creating the report for? If you are creating a report for maybe the owners of the business, it's very important that maybe your first page in the report would show things that surround the business, that give idea of the business, that give an overview of the business. Then maybe your page 2, page 3 can now start analyzing things like maybe the profit, analyzing things like the, maybe page 3 analyzing things like the sales, page 4 will analyze the customers, page 5 will analyze quantity. So I just like breaking down into different modules so that it tells like there's a flow of thoughts. It tells a story. So when they see the overview, they say, okay, how are sales? How are we doing as regards profits? How are we doing as regards XYZ quantity? So that's how I like approaching my report, and that's how I approach this one. So I would like us to do it together with me. We'll just do a report. So we'll just have a case scenario, maybe a business case scenario that, okay, this is the sales data for a company, and we are trying to report to the management of the company. How do we do it? What are the designs we need to do? what are the things we need to add and remove. So that's what we're just going to do now. So I'll just start. If you have any question along the line or anything I need to redo, please feel free to call me back, because I might be a little, I'll try not to be fast, but I'll be doing things around visualizations to make something look better and all of that. So let's just do, if we can do page 1 together, page 2 just be easy, to just be a matter of changing the
Excuse me.
various.
Sorry.
Okay.
I've deleted my measure, so I need to go back. Just
Oh
letting you
wow.
know if I can't catch up with the class.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mention. Okay, you deleted it when you were modeling.
Yep.
Oh wow, sorry.
So I'm gonna
But
try to do that
it
and
shouldn't
catch
be
up with
difficult. It's just some, we've not done any difficult measure today, have we? I don't think so. But I won't do anything that you can't catch up with. So I will not be so fast. I'll be slow enough for you to catch up. And if you have any questions when you've done, you can just drop me back. For other guys, let's just go on with it. So the first thing is, many people like to do a mini sketch of what they want their report to be. Maybe I want something to be here, I want something to be here. Take for example, let me do something, but I'm using this as a means to wait for Toby. So maybe this is your pane for reporting. So I can decide to say, okay, I'll pick a shape. First of all, I want maybe the company logo to be here. I can say logo. I'm just giving a brief design of what we want to achieve.
Hello.
Then I can now say, okay, here I want.
Hello.
Yeah, please.
Let me slow you down for Toby a
Oh,
bit.
okay.
Please, how did you get this pan?
Which one?
The one you're working on right now. How did you get
This one?
Yes.
No, it's just paint. I'm just using paint on my system.
I know. Like, did you go out of Power BI? Oh, I see. Thank you.
Okay, good. So I have my logo here. I just say, okay, let my logo be in the top right. I can now say, okay, let me divide my this thing into 3 sections. So here, maybe I want to do something like this. Something like this, just to divide it. So I'm saying, okay, in this place, I have my logo. Under my logo, I want to have my various, maybe for example, my various slicers. I showed us slicers last week. So I want to have my various slicers. So I can just call this slicer. Right. I want to have my various slicers. This is just a rough sketch of how I want. Like I said, it's not cast in stone. Your chart must not be like this. Then I can now say, okay, yeah, I want to have cards that describe the business, that give me those figures that I talk about. So the card should relate to what that page is talking about. So for example, if I'm doing a customer page, my card should relate to things relating to the customer, like number of customer, maybe customer growth, things around customers that just gives the business insight of how their customers are doing. It's a customers page. If I'm doing a products page, for example, I should be able to see, number of products that we have, number of unique products that we have, products sold, things around. I just like to make sure that everything is focused on what I want to talk about. Not that on a customer page I'll be seeing things around products. I just feel there are two different domains of the business, so they shouldn't belong together. For proper storytelling, let your thoughts flow and let it be focused on one part of the business per time. So that's why I just like to break it down like this. So now I have my sliders here. I can say for here I want my cards. This is just an example of a design that we can do. I want my cards. Let me increase this. want my cards. So all of this will just be various cards for my business. Cards, 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 cards. Then in this final place now, that's what I have left. I can say, okay, let me have my charts. I can decide to have like 4 charts like this. 1, 2, 3, and 4. You know. So this is just a sample of, I think I showed us this sample last week. This is just a sample of a report that we can have. So you have your logo, you have your sliders, you have your cards, 1, 2, 3, 4, and you just have a simple report. Just a simple report we can build. So we'll just get into it, and we'll see how we can achieve something like this template. We'll see how we can achieve it on Power BI. And remember, the rule of Power BI that I said last week is Power BI is like focus on one and just copy for the others. Makes it easy. So meaning if I want to do maybe a card, I just need to focus on the design of this card. Once I have the design that I desire, all I just need to do is duplicate it and change the values, change the measures. We'll see how it's done. The same thing for sliders, the same thing for the chart itself. So when you do a prototype and make sure that that prototype fits what you want, you can now just duplicate, and you have your perfect chart. So I'll show us an example. Toby, how far? Are you almost here?
I'm done for.
Huh?
I'm just trying to do the last one. You can continue.
All right.
I'm trying to
Okay,
remember
so
the last one. Excluding taxes, profit.
profit.
Can I see your measures? Can you just click on the measure, please?
Okay.
Number of sales.
Quantity.
Yeah, can you
So
click on that total quantity, please?
total quantity.
Yep.
You want to see the measure?
Yeah. All right,
Okay.
that's it. Then number of sales.
Yes, number of sales, just a count of the sales ID.
Sales key, right?
District count.
Sales
Sales
key.
key,
All right.
sorry, yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. So let's do a first page. And what I need now is okay. So I want to first do what I just said. I want to divide my my report pane. I want to divide it like I said. So I'll come to insert, right? I go to shapes. So I went to insert, I went to shapes, yeah, and I clicked on line because I want to divide. So this is line, and I just drag this across like this and reduce this, and I can move it up. Either you move it up like this or you use your arrow key to move it up. When you select it, you can use your arrow key to move it up to wherever you want. So since this is just a demo, I won't spend so much time doing a lot of adjusting. So I can do the same thing. So I have this line. So what I'm doing, I'm just trying to divide my report into what's it called? I'm trying to divide my report into various two different sections. So I have that line. I've used to separate this guy. So I can do another shape, say a rectangle. Yes. I reduce it like this, reduce it, and I take it up here. Let me put it here. Take it up here and bring it down. So this would be like for my sliders, like I said. So you can see it's full. So what do I want to do? I want to remove all of these things inside. I want it to be, transparent. So this is it now. This is how your visualizations are. If I want to work on any visualization, what I just need to do is I just need to select it. So you can see I selected it and the format has changed. It has changed to formats. That means what work do you want to do on it? Let's say, okay, I want to, first of all, I want it to be, I want it to have rounded corners. So I can increase the rounded color. All of these ones are just look and feel. Okay, let's go to general properties. I want to remove the color inside. So shape, style. So you can see feel. I don't want any feel. So I put it as white. So you can see we have something like this that came out like this. So what did I do? I clicked on the shape. I went to style, feel. I changed the color back to white. You can leave it for any color. It's based on what I want. I changed the color to white and I said this is how I want it, right? So I can even do something. I can just increase this guy, right? And just do transparency 100. So like I said, there's no hard and fast rule to this. It just depends on your style, what you want to do, how you want to present your reports. So once we have this now, I know that this is where I want to put my logo. I know that this is where I want to put my sliders. I know this is where I want to put my card, and this is where I want to put my charts. So we can just start already. I've divided my report. So let's start first with our cards. So you know that we've done all of these measures. I want to show it on cards. So we can first just pick a card, right? This is the card we picked. We can resize it, make it smaller. Please, if you are lost anywhere, just call me back. So for this card, what do I want? I say I want to show number of sales first. So I'll just know, okay, how many goods did we sell for this period as a business? So I select this guy, so I can see 228K. Now for this number of sales, I might decide to say, oh, I want to leave that 228K, or I want to show it in the, like, I don't, 228 what? Is it 228 500? Is it 228 200? If you want to just remove this summary, there's a way you can do it. So all you just need to do is you come to, I select, like I said, if you want to work on any visual, you have to select the visual. I select the visual. I come to format your visual, right? So under format your visual, you see visual. I come to call out value. So guys, this thing, it changes. Power BI changes all of these places, but just know that if you hover around and walk around it, you will know where what you're looking for it is. The last time I taught a class, all of these things were not there, but the more you use the tool, the more you know that, okay, to be in this area and this area and this area. So you just need to check and know where it is. So now I want to change this from 228K. So maybe I want to see the actual figure that makes up this 228K. So what I just need to do is display units. I come and I change the display units to none. So you can see it's giving me the actual figure. But this is not coming out nicely because I need a comma or something. So to do that, all you just need to do is select your measure, number of sales, and I come up here and put comma. I hope I've not misplaced someone. I'll go over that again. So what happened was we had this. It was like this, 228K for number of sales. I said I wanted to show the actual figure, not just 228K. I wanted to show like what it entails. So I said you come to format, it will be like this. You go to format. Under format, you come to visual. Right, under visual, you see display units. That means what unit do you want your visual to display. So if you want to summarize it in the nearest, maybe million, you can see it's not up to a million. If you want to do it for 1,000, that's 228K. Now, if you want to do it for like you want to see the actual figure, you just pick none. This is what it's showing, 228,265. But the issue is here is, I mean, you need a comma. So to put this comma in this thing, what I just did was I went back to a particular measure, which is number of sales, the one we're using for this particular figure, this particular chart. I went to number of sales, I clicked on it. When you click on it, it will come to this page up, and you can just click on the comma. Once you click on the comma, you have something like this. Now, I just want to do some editing on this because, like I said, it's like a prototype kind of thing. Do all the work you want to do on one and just duplicate it for the others. So I take this guy up, I fit it in properly to where I want. Let's say I want it here, but I want it to be more, it's not fine enough for me. I want it to be more pleasing and appealing. So I'll do some other formatting. I click on the visual, I come here, right? I go to general. Now in this general, I say title. I want to put a title. You can see it's number of cells, but I can decide to put a title here, right? And the title, what do I want? I want to put number, or I want to put, yeah, let me just put number of sales, right? This title, I want it to be, you see, you can change the font to wherever you want. I want it to be bold, right? I want it to have, I want to put a background color on it. So let's say I want to put a dark blue on it. No, it's not coming out well. Let me change the text color to white. Right. Then I want to centralize it. Let me change the font to any font you want. Any font you want. Let me do this. Just to pick. So all of these are things you can play around on your own. Just play around it and see how it comes out. Okay, let me use this. So what again? So you can see that there's this number of sales here that is here. Since I've already put it here, I can change it. I don't need it there again. So I come to format visual, general. Where's that thing again? Category label, yes. Under visual category label, I don't want this number of sales at the bottom to show anymore. So I just click on it and it goes off. So you look at it, are you satisfied with how the chart is? I think I need a border so that it comes out, so that it pops out very well. So I'll go to the same, click on the visual, go to format, go to, let me see, general, effects, visual border. I can put it on. You can edit the border to suit what you want. Okay. Do I want rounded corners? Maybe just a bit. So let's see how it is now. You can see it's coming out nicely. This is the border is showing. What again can I do? I think this font is too big, because if we have a bigger number, it will cut off. So I can select the chart again, come here. The value, I can say, let me even change the font. Let me use this guy. It's not fine. Let me use, yeah, I can do this. Then I can change the font size here, because I want it to be, let's do a 35. I doubt that. I think it's better. Let's do 30 because of other ones. So you can see anytime you want to format a visual, you have to click on the visual. And if you want to do anything as regards the visual, you do visual. If you want to do anything as regards the shape, the look and feel, you have to go to general. So let me go back to 30. Awesome. So I have my like prototype, what's it called? Prototype visual. So all you just need to do now is, okay, I've done this first visual. I click on it. I Control C, that's copy, and I Control V and I paste. So I have the same thing here, right? So now if I want to do for another one, for example, I've done number of sales. Now I want to do total quantity. All I just need to do is I'll just come to these fields, remove this, and just click on total quantity. You can see it's showing the same thing, that everything that we've done is the same. It applied the same editing that we did before. But all I just need to do now is put a comma. the same way I did it before. I click on the measure and I just come and put a comma. So you have your total quantity. Please, have I lost anybody? Guys, please talk.
Yummy, when you did that, when you inserted, I wasn't looking at that part when you partitioned the slide.
Where I partitioned
The slide, I mean, when you split it up.
Okay,
before
like,
the slide,
do you
yeah.
mean
When you
like
inserted,
this one
yeah,
and this one?
yep.
I went to insert
Insert.
and I used shapes.
All right.
So for this first one, I just did a line. For the second one, I did
All
a
right,
rectangle.
again, thank you.
Yeah. All right. And someone else say something. Someone else. Hi, Favor. How is it going? I've not heard your voice. Is your system slowing you down?
Yes, it is, but it is slowing me down. But I'll just go back and watch. But I'm just following step by step.
Following. Okay, so
Yeah.
you understand everything I'm doing.
Yeah.
All right. Tohib, how is it going?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm all caught up, so I'm just watching how you do.
Okay. You can always go and watch the video again. Does anybody have any questions? Anybody lost about anything I did? Any step?
Hello.
So like I said, okay.
Please, how did you put the label on the card, the number of sales?
This number of sales, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So just watch how I do this one. You know I duplicated it, so it's showing number of sales here. I want to go and change it. So just watch how I do this one now. So first of all, you click on the card, right? Then you go to this thing that has like a pencil format visual. Then I go to general. On that general, I come to title. So you can see the text, number of sale. So since I've done change this one to quantity, I can just type what I want now. And I do quantity, number of total quantity, sorry. Total quantity. So you can see that it changes now. Then if you want to do any other formatting on it, you can come change the fonts, change the size. If you want to put a background, this is where you put a background for this header, this title. Put a background. If you want to change the text color, you change it. If you want to centralize it or put it to the right, you can do all of that here. So that's how I did it. Please, did you get it?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
And removing the number of sales below.
Yeah, so for that, you just click on the same, on the charts, right? Click on this format. Then on that call out value. Sorry. I'm coming. On that category label, sorry. So you see category label, I've put it off. If you check your own, it's still on. If I put it on, you can see it's come back. But if I put it off, it goes. So that's how I did it.
Thank you.
All right. So I'll just quickly do for the remaining two. Maybe I'll do one for total, total including, total excluding, and total profits. I don't think it will contain. So I'll just do maybe for total including and total profits. So it's just the same thing. I just Control C and Control V and move it here. Yeah. And I just say, okay, for this, I want it to be, I click on the charts. I want it to be total profits. Let me put excluding tax. So I put total profit excluding tax. So you can see this is the amount. I want to put a comma. I click on the measure and I click here. So that's the amount. Then I want to change the title to profits without profits before tax. So I'll come here. General title. Sorry, Total before tax. Total copy enter as well. Before tax. Right. So I'll do the last one. I'll just copy and I paste. Just put it here nicely. Then I can say here will be, let me just put total profit instead. Total profits. I'll come here. I call this under general title total profits. So yes, but you can see that this one is already cutting now. That's why I wanted us to reduce the font size. Or you can, alternatively, you can just say, okay, for this one, they don't want to see the exact figure. Let me, wait, why is it even cutting it out? Let me summarize it. So you can just come to general, right? I mean, you come to visual, call out value. That means the value, what do you want? This call out value is like the value of the visual. And I can change it, the display units. I can change the display unit to millions. So you can see it just gives me nicely 87.73 million. So yeah, so we have this this nice, I mean, it's already telling the summary of our business. You can see that it's already telling a story, like I said. Oh, you're showing the management. You can say, oh, this is the amount we made in sales. This is the total quantity we sold. This is the profit before tax. I mean, this is total sales before tax, and this is our total profits. So it just depends on you as a business and as a data analyst to determine the story that you want to actually tell the business. We're supposed to go on break shortly, but I just want to show us another thing that we can do. So after we've done this, let's quickly do our slicers, then we'll go on break. Now for our slicers, it's very similar. So I just click and I pick, this is the slicer visual. So I click slicer, right? I can now say, okay, which sliders do I want to put here? Sliders can change depending on the report, but generally I can just pick general things. So I want maybe my sliders to be things around the various cities and things around that. So for example, let's pick a slicer. We have picked our slicer visual. I come to city. Can you see? I come to city, I select it down and I look, okay, I want to slice by, say, country. I pick it. So can you see? We just have a little country. Let me not put that. Let me slice by city instead. So you can see we have our various cities, right? But I also want to format this visual. So first of all, I like my sliders to always be drop down because it makes it easy for people to pick what they want. So if you want to change this, please let everybody look at this. If you want to change these sliders to a drop down, all you need to do is just come to this arrow that is beside this thing that is like eraser. So it tells you select the type of slicer and then pick drop down. If you want to leave it as a list, you can leave it as a list, but I like my drop down because it just makes it easy. It consumes less space, number one, and it makes it easy for me to just click and scroll and select what I want. So I have my slicer. So I just format my slicer the same way that I formatted this one. Let me try something. Doesn't work. I format my slicer the same way I formatted this one. So what I just need to do, okay, let me do it from the scratch. I don't confuse people. So I just need to select this guy, do the same thing I've been doing before. Slicer settings, I've selected it. Slicer header, do I want it on? I'll put another one. So I come here, title, I put my title on. The same thing I've done before. So my text, this is what? City. I do the same, I change the text to this guy and leave it at 14. I can decide to put the text color as white and the background that's the same blue that I used before. Then I can centralize it, right? Then, okay, I need to put borders so that it's bold. So I come here, then in the general effects, I put visual border on. I want to edit the border. Okay, I want it to be black. I might want to put it rounded edges. Just something simple, nothing so serious. So you see, I can just come and put it here and fit it properly. I have my city. So sometimes you might not know all the sliders you might want to use for a chart. You might just be doing it as you are doing the reports. You might decide that, oh, this would be a do slicer. But I mean, for design purpose, you can pick anything. I can always change it. So for example, now I want to change this. I'll just do the same Ctrl C, Ctrl V. I bring it down. I have another slicer. Let's say I want to put, let me see, I want to put region. So I'll just come, when I've selected this slicer, I'll come remove city and I click on region. Then I need to come here, under general, under title, just do region. So you can see these are various regions. It's just only one region that's there in our data. So let's see what can we add as a slicer again. Or let me see what can we add as a slicer. Okay, very important. We can duplicate this guy. Control C, Ctrl V, bring it down. Let's say we want to do our dates. So all I just need to do is, after I selected this one, remove this one, come to dates, and I just click on this date here. You can see, edit it. Sorry. I like to do the date differently because it used to always cause confusion. So let me do it again. Let me do the date again from the scratch. Right, I click on slicer. I come here and I select dates. Select dates. Yeah, because when I just did it and I duplicated it, it was using the format settings for the date, so it was not giving me in this format that I wanted. So that's why I had to go back and do it again. So I just edit the dates in the way I want it to be. So I'll use the same thing. I come here, general, title, put it on. Come here, just name it as dates, right? Then edit it. Sorry, should have done that. It change this to this guy, maybe background color, text color, background color. I want to be blue still, and I can centralize. So I have my dates. Okay, let me put borders, general, effects, visual border on. So you can see this is having some issues because of it's not putting our date properly. So I can just put my date because of the sizing. I can put my date somewhere. Maybe I can put it here just for styles. This is just, like I said, everything is your design sense. It's just how you can design and how you can picture your charts to be. This date here. Adjust this other guys. So basically that's just it. Go and break the next in the next 7 minutes. So let me just keep on. So okay, let me just show you an example of something that we can do. So I want, because of this, the way this guy is, I want to move all of these guys to the right. so that this can enter here. So what you can just do is you can select on one, the same thing you do, hold control, select. So when you hold control and select anyone, it's select everything. And I can just use my arrow and shift everything. You can see they move together as a group. They're moving together as a group. So when I move, I've moved everything. I can now come and select this my rectangle and move it so that it favors me. Oh, sorry. Let me remove this first. I can select my rectangle and expand so that this guy can come in here properly and just fit in. Right. Let me take this one back. So like I said, it's just design. And one thing I would advise for this part to get better at this part is try and watch YouTube videos for this. There's a lot of design templates that people do on YouTube, very nice designs that you can learn from, and okay, this is how I can design this is how I can do my report and everything. So we have all of this now. It's coming to shape. We have our cards, we have our sliders. So this logo, you can go online and just download any image. Let me see image that I can download. Let me see random image. So let me do something with Word, since that's the name of our which image is this one? Imagine. So you can just the way you can bring in image to any same way you can bring in image to any let's do this. If I save this image, desktop, let me save. So if I want to bring that image now, I just come to insert and I pick. So if it's a business that has a business logo, you can put it there. But for now, I don't have any business logo, so I can click this guy. I just click open. I resize it properly. I just put it here. Just put it to fit however you want it to be. So guys, is this making sense to us?
Yep.
All right, awesome. So you're already doing a report. What you just need to do is what we need now is just to put our various charts, which we'll do after the break. Then I think we'll do another page, similar page, but it will be simpler because we'll just duplicate this page. So like I said, what you just need to do is focus on one page, finish it up. All you just need to do when you're done, you just right click on the page, do a duplicate. So once you duplicate like this, all you just need to start doing at that point when your design is the same, except you want to do a different design. But if you want to maintain the same design throughout the report, your design is the same. What you just need to do is to come and start changing. Okay, in this page, I want another slicer. In this page, I want another slicer. I want another thing on my card. I want my charts to be so. So you just need to focus on one report. Once you can do that, the remaining will just be a breeze, just be a bit of changing, dragging and dropping here and there. But that's just the idea. The report is simple. That's what I was telling you guys last week, that the most important thing is your back end. If your back end is right and accurate, your measures are good, the visualization is the simplest part. So we just have 2 minutes more before our break. Do we have any? Please, before this class ends, remind me that I want to show you people a particular measure that is very important. Very, very important measure. But so far, does anybody have any question? Anything you want me to go over before we go on break? I guess it'll just be a time for those of us that are not up to speed. Just use this time to try and catch up. If you have any questions, I'm here, so you can just ask me. But in the absence of no questions for now, see you all in 15 minutes. Thank you. If you have a question, just unmute and ask. I'm listening. I'm here. Hi guys, welcome. Is everyone here? Are you here? Are we here? I'm expecting response, please.
Yes.
Okay. Two B's, are you here? Okay, is the other to be here? And Tohib.
Yes, I'm here.
How about Tohib and Adiola?
I'm here.
I'm here.
Okay. So I guess there's no question. We can go on, right? Okay. So let's go on. So during the break, I just did some things. I don't know if people saw my screen. I added money to this thing. So wherever you're working from, if it's remote, you can always do it in their currency. So to do this, what I just did was I went to the total profit. You go to the measure, right? Then click on this currency category. I click dollars because it's a US data set. But if you want to click even up to Naira, it's there. I think all the currencies in the world are here. So you just click the one that's if you're in the UK, you can just click. I think there's pounds. Which one is pounds? No, this one is euros. You just click whatever data set, whatever what are they? Whatever symbol that represents your um the money, the currency you're trying to report on. So basically, there are many things you can do with the chart. So what comes into play now is you trying to think about what business question you want to answer. Trying to think about what's business idea, what are the things you want to show, what will make your report stand out from others. What are the things that you can show your report that maybe a normal person, not normal, like every other average person will not show. I mean, everybody will know that you show total quantity, total profits. So you can think beyond what you've done in the class. You can begin to think of how you can do things like growth rates, year to date, month to month percentage increase, all of those ones are, I mean, it's possible to do them, and those are the things that will make your report stand out, right? Imagine you are showing the growth rate of your sales between last year and this year. You are showing your profit growth rate between last year and this year. You are showing year to date sales, how far you have done in a particular year, month to date, month to month. So there are many things you can show like that. So it's just like I said, it's just you now sitting down and saying, okay, which business questions do I want to answer? What will be of most positive profits? What chart will be of most profit to the business users that I'm creating the report for? So that's why I advise that you watch videos on YouTube. After watching this video again, go to YouTube, watch videos. You see the way that they apply some of the. You even see that some of the things we've done here, they will not even show you. But you see some maybe advanced videos that they do these things that I'm talking about. You can write it down, year to date, months to date, growth rates. There are videos that show you how you can do all of that. It's a little bit more advanced, but if you've gotten the basics up to this point, then you can also always get that just to improve yourself. But every other place, this is like a basic of what they do. There's nothing that they do here that I've not done. But I'm just telling you how to put more things that will make you stand out and be different. So we'll move on. Let's go on to do our charts. So for my first chart, let's say I want a stacked bar chart. I want something like this. And I'm saying I want to show my uh, total sales before tax. I want to show it on this page. So for example, I've said this is my sales page. Named it my sales page. So I want to show total sales before tax. So I can just adjust. So you can see Power BI gives you all of this. You can see those red lines. Helps you to adjust all your sliders so that everything is on the same line and it's looking well formatted. So yeah. So I have this chart. I can decide to say, let me do my total sales. Since I know it's one country, so I can see, let me do my total sales. That's this total before tax. It's the same thing as total sales. Let me do it by, so I click on it, total before tax. You can see I have about 172 million, and I do it by, let's say the year. So I want to do it by year. So you come to, if you want to do it by year, you come to this date, and I can click on date hierarchy. I just click on year. So you can see it's showing you all the years how we did 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. So it's showing you, okay, this is how you did for each of the year. Then like the same ideology we've been using before, you design one and just duplicate for the other. So let's try and work on the design of this one. So what do I want? Okay, I want to have a similar header for uniformity. So I'll just come, click on the visual, I click on this pencil and the visuals. So I come here and I go to general, I go to title, it's on already. So this, I can change the title to total sales each year. Or no, total sales by year, sorry. By year. Right. And I can change this to have the same, just for uniformity's sake. I can put the text color as white and the background color as, then I can put it in the middle. Then I can also say I want to put my borders. So I come to effect and I put border so that I can differentiate between one report and the other. So you can see it's coming out nicely. Then for this now, I can decide to say, okay, I want to edit it. I want to change the colors of this, my charts. So if you want to change the colors, just select on this one, go to this same, right? Then you're working on your visual, right? So you come to bars. So you can see, if I want to change the color, all I just need to do is I select here and I pick any other color that I want. So let's pick something like this. It's too dull. Let's pick something like this. Anyway, you can pick any color that you want that would suit what you want based on your design. Listen, and if you want to even be more dramatic and creative, you can decide to say, okay, I want each year to give me different colors. So for that, what you just need to do is, you see this show all under these colors, you see show all is off. If I put it on, it's not telling you, okay, for each year, which color do you want to put? So maybe I maintain the default color for 2014. I come here, and I want us to know that color communicates a lot. For example, if you pick red, you know that red suggests that something is in danger. And you can also do all of those things in Power BI, whereby you can do conditional formatting in Power BI. And what will happen is, oh, you can say, okay, for the year that has the least total sales, I want it to be maybe red or something. I want it to be red, like, you can just pick, right? For the year that has the most sales, that's 2015, I want it to be green. So it's already suggesting, you can already start suggesting some things. Okay, this is a year that we did good, this is a year that we did bad, or maybe something is negative, you can format it to be red. So you can just play around those colors. You can see for the different years, 13, 14, 15, 16. Then another thing we can do on this visual is, so you can see now, I know my 2016. I think someone was asking this question earlier. I can see my 2016, 2015, 2014. All I can do is I can just have a rough sketch of what is about. Then maybe this is about maybe 40 something million. So if you want to do it in such a way that you want the values of each bar, what each bar represents to show, what you just need to do is under visual, right? Data labels. You come and put it on. So you can see it as common. So you can easily see that this is 23 million, this is 54, this is 50, this is 46. So you can see that it's giving the idea of, of, giving more insight, and at a glance, people can tell. They don't need to come and over any reports. You can already start seeing the values. Let's try and see if we can do another chart. So let's do something like, let's try something different. Click on the charts, Control C, Control V, the same chart. So all you just need to do now is you just need to change what is there. I still want to do my total sales, but this time around, maybe I want to do it by let's do it by sub-region. I think it's only North America that is the sub-region here. Okay. Let's do total sales by, let's do province. That's a lot. Total sales by, I'm trying to look for another. So what I do is sometimes I just come and I look at the tables to look at things that I can do my total sales by. So I can see my sub-region. I have only North America, my region. I have only America, sales territory. Okay, I have a range of sales territory. So I can go back and do, okay, total sales by sales territory. And I click on this. So you can see, it's showing me on my sales territory. And I can see the value. So I can see that, oh, from this to in Southeast, we're doing very well. In external, we're doing list. New England, we're doing less. So, and you can do all those editing that you want. I want to change the header. So total sales by, I'll come here. I click on general title. So total sales by territory. So we have this chart now. Oh, sorry. We have this now, and you can see it's already coming out nicely. So let's do another one. Control C, Control V, can just bring it down, just place it. Of course, all of this you can adjust it. I'll show you how to adjust it as a group so that everything's uniform. Let's think of another thing that we can do total sales by. Let's look at our this thing. I'm already slicing by states, right? We're already slicing by states, so I'll not do by states. We're already slicing by city, okay. Let's look for something else. Total sales by, okay, let's do something relating to, does our customer have gender? It doesn't. Okay. Trying to look for another thing we can slice our sales by. So you just need to be careful. You can only slice a fact. That means your measures. You can only slice by the dimensions. You can't slice by another. You can't slice fact by fact, because I know some people make that mistake. Try to slice fact by a fact. It's not possible. You can only slice fact by dimension. Do I have my? Okay, let's do by this stock item. That means stock items like products. So I'll do my total sales by products. So what I just need to do is I remove this sales territory and select stock item. This guy. So with this, you can see that it's telling you how each item is performing. So you can change also the title here, from general title, total sales by stock item. So you can see that on this page, I'm just doing only sales. So I'm just doing slicing my sales by various things. Let's try one more chart. Let's try something different. Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Here, that it here.
Yeah,
And I
sorry,
say,
Henry.
huh?
You haven't removed the title at the bottom.
The title, this one.
Yeah, the total excluding tax is appearing in all slides.
Okay, you want to remove it. Okay. So yeah, thank you for saying that. So if you want to remove that, just select it, right? And you come to data labels. No, is it data labels? Just give me a minute. Let me look for it. Okay, yes. So you come to under visual, you come to y-axis, x-axis, you can see. So for y-axis, I can say, okay, I don't want this stock item to show. So you come to title and I switch it off. It's done. Then if you want to do for the x-axis, you come here, you go down, title, and switch it off. So we can do the same for everyone. If you don't want it, if you want it, you can leave it. If you want to remove it, you can.
If I may ask,
Sorry?
if I may ask, what is the best practice?
For that, for what I just did.
Yes.
So best practices from is remove it too, because sometimes your data, this thing is just giving you exactly what is in your data, and sometimes your data, the way it's worded is not exactly the way you want it to present to the business users for understanding sake. So, but you can also edit it, sha, and put it territory. But when you see total sales by territory, I think it's straightforward. You don't need any further explanation. The person just knows that in South is this what we are doing, especially if the person is already familiar with what they want to see in the report. So I would say best practice is just remove it. It makes it look very, in my opinion, non-professional sometimes. So remove it. Let me remove this one. Under x-axis, title off, y-axis, title off. So there are many other things you can do, many things you can explore. I may not even know everything from now. I'm just the ones that I remember. I'm just trying to bring to a notice. Let me do that for a year. Y-axis, title off, x-axis, title off. All right, so we have something like this. Now, I want us to try something. So there is this thing for map. Like I said, there are very many visuals. You can even download more. You can download more visuals. So let's try another one for the map. For this one, let's try and put map. But for map, we have to put like maybe city because it connects automatically based on the internet. So I put total sales, and then let me put states province. What's the scene? Map and field are disabled, enabling go to file. Okay, so for this to work, I might not do it now, Sha, because I'm not using my personal laptop. But you guys can try it. For this to work, you need to put on the location of your system. You need to put on the location of your system. So it does connect, and you have to be connected to the internet also, which everyone is. So when you connect, it just shows you a beautiful map and it shows you with bubbles. Let me see whether I can do it safe. Option settings, cloud security. Let me see that if I can. I should be able to do it. Hold on, please. Okay, I have it now. So let me see my screen. This is what I wanted us to achieve. You can see something like this. So what I did was, you go to options on your, if it's not showing for you, you go to options here. Under options, you go to security, then you scroll down to map and field map visuals. Once you select it, you just click on OK. So it comes out nice like this. So what you need to do, what I just added was, let me remove it again. So after putting that on, right, I've selected the map visual, which was this. So I said I want to show my total sales, which we've been using, which is this, right? Then what do I want to show it by? You see that it has been added to bubble size. And I wanted to do it by say sales territory. Yeah, by sales territory, but I'm adding my sales territory as the location. Right, let me see if I add my, let me see for state and province. Okay, you can see, but this is a lot. But the idea of this is, it shows you for each state, the size of the bubble shows you how much sales you've done in that particular state. So for all of these visuals, if you want to zoom in to make it big, if you click on it, you can see you have this guy here, focus mode. So once you click on this focus mode, you can see, you can zoom in and you can see how you are doing in each state. So the bigger the bubble, the more sales you are doing in that state. So that means, okay, in places like Texas, California, we are doing pretty well. In all of these Utah, all of these other smaller states, we're not doing so well. So that's how you can use a visual to show. Once you have your map, you can use it to show more details about how your sales is doing in that state. So we'll go back to our report now, and let me just rename this guy to title total sales by states. Let's do states. So that's it. We already have our first report. So just for aesthetic's sake, you can see that we have space here. So that means I can increase my chart. So all I just need to do is the same thing I did with this guy. I hold Control, select, 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 and I can just drag anyone. Sorry. When I select everything, I can group it. So I've selected the 4. I right click, you can see group. That means make them a group. So if I click on group, okay, why is this guy misbehaving now? Sorry. Control Z. I'll just adjust it again, please. So, like I said, I select, hold control, select the 4, right click, I group. Once I've grouped them, why is this not working? Select. Sorry, my PowerBI is hanging. Oh Lord. But anyway, you guys get the idea. It's just I don't know why it's not answering me. I don't know why it's not answering me. Come in. Yeah, on group. But what I was just trying to achieve is just to maximize the space. So you can just extend this a little bit. You can do it manually also, extend it. reduce this one a little bit, reduce this, then this. So it's not necessary. Sometimes you might not necessarily have charts that are the same. You might want to do, okay, since this one is map, I want it to take a whole lot of, I want it to be bigger. It doesn't necessarily have to be, this is not cast in stone that you have 4 charts in a page. Sometimes you can have one full page that is for map, right? So I can do something like this now and just show it as a report. Duplicate, right click, duplicate this page, right? Delete all these other maps, delete all these other charts, and just do this so that it shows very well as a report. So there's no cast in stone that says, oh, you must have 4 reports on a page, you must have 2 reports on it. It's just how you want to tell your story, right? I think this is even better because it's bigger and you can easily see it more. So yeah, this is better this way. Yes. So instead of having it here, so that's just how you do it. So you can just do maybe something like a sales page, 2 sales page 2. So we can now say, okay, we've done things about our sales. Yeah. If anybody wants to look at it bigger, they can focus and everything. Then you can also test our sliders working. So let's do our sales by, say, a state, a city. Let's say, okay, in so city, Aberdeen, how we doing? Okay, we don't have data for that. Let's look for a place where we have data. What is wrong? We will look for a city that we have data for. We have data for one city now. Ah, got me. All these cities are not even. Let's try another. Let's try something that will work. Let's try for region. We have in Americas, we have in. What's happening with these times? Let me look for a city, please. A workable city. A workable city. Wow. I don't know why it's not working, but it's supposed to work. But the fact that it's not showing any data is showing that this slider is working actually. It's just that I've not been able to select a city that is present.
Hello.
Yeah.
Please, I want to draw you back a bit.
Okay.
Which of the dates did you select for your date slicer?
So in dates, I went to dates, right? You see this calendar called dates.
Yeah.
This date inside it, it would be like this. So I clicked on this arrow to expand it. Then I selected the for the slicer, yeah?
Yeah.
Or for this total sales by year. Slicer, okay. I selected dates. I just selected this one itself. So under dates, the table called dates, I came to this one that has a calendar and I selected it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So yeah. So once we have that, we can now move over and just say, okay, let's do our profit page. We can just duplicate the sales page again, right? And just say, okay, we want to do it as profits. Do you want to do profit by the same thing? If you want to do the same things by your profit, you want to show the same, want to slice your profit by the same thing. All you just need to do is first charts. You come, you go on select total excluding. Come and select total profit. You see, you have your profit by your various years. Then you change the title of the charts to sales by profit. So it's that easy. So you see that I already have 2 pages of my reports. I want to change my territory. I come back here and what do? I just, after I selected the chart here, I go to this place, this build visual, and I say, okay, I don't want to do sales anymore. I will select this one, and I go and select total profits in my measures. Total profits. So it's showing me total profit by sales territory. I can come back and just edit the title. Sorry, I made mistake in this one. It's supposed to be total profit by year. So you can see just like that, we already have a few pages of our report. Then, okay, I want to know my most profitable stock item. I come back here and I just unselect the sales. I come and I click total profit. Now I go change the title. Total profits. And I can finally do, okay, total profit by state. The same thing. I will select this one, I select total profit. Then I come and I change my title, total profits. Can do the same thing for quantity. I'll just duplicate the page and change quantity. Or if you want to slice by, if you want to show it by other other dimensions, you want to show other things. Maybe if you have, for example, some data you might have, okay, under your customer, you have a column in customer that is saying, okay, customer gender, male, female. You can do it by that one. You have a column that is saying customer age band, okay, between 0 and 5, I mean 0 to 17, 18 to 30, you know. So once you have all of those columns stated out, you can now, you know, slice by various things. And remember that there are some of these columns that you can create by yourself. When I told you, showed you how to add column last week, you can create those columns by yourself just to give more insight for the person that is using the data, right? You can decide to, okay, take for example, maybe you have a customer, this our customer, this is not having that information. But for example, if we had a customer table now that had maybe customer age, you can add a new column and just ban it and say and ban it into various age bands, and you can now come and do a chart that shows your customer by your total sales by customer age band. So you can just play around it and, you know, and do whatever you want with the report. As long as you can get the data from the insight from the data, you can do what you want with the report and you have your report like this. Now, once you have this, you can make many pages. Like I say, you can do your quantity, you can do all of those things. One very important thing I want to show us next is, okay, before we go there, let's even test our slicers. So you can see, by the time you do the slicers, it's adjusting, so you can see, okay, in the year 2013, you can just click on this, pick the end date that you want. I want 2013 as at 31st of December 2013. What did we have? This is what it's showing. You can adjust it and say, okay, I want to see 2014. So I'll just come here and click on 2014 January 1. Add it to that year. So January 31st. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Can I share my screen?
Oh, sure.
I think I'm having issues with my slicer.
Okay, let me see.
Can you see my screen?
Which slides are you trying to do? Dates?
The dates.
Did you just duplicate?
Yes.
I told you for that date, if you do a direct duplicate, sometimes it might give you issue. So just click outside. Click outside. But yeah, go and select the slicer visual. Yes. Okay. Now select the dates. You see. So if you just duplicate, because of the editing we've done on that other one, it might be difficult for it to come on. That's why I said for data, I would just prefer that you do a fresh slicer for it, because you've already done editing on that other one. So those editing you've done is affecting it. That's why it's not coming out properly.
Thank you.
Yeah. So let me know when you can see my screen. All right. So when we have all of this, you can now set it. Okay, I want to see from January 1st. Sorry, I want to see for a particular year, maybe up to 31st of January. You can actually type it here. But I just like selecting it like this. I want the 31st of December. I want to see from the whole of 2014, yeah? So very important to note, the way Power BI operates is, I've tried to check to change it before, but it didn't work. I don't know if they've updated it, but I think it was an issue. The way Power BI operates, it operates months, day, year, months, day, year. So you can see December 31st. So it's not day, month, year. So that's the format. But even if you change it in, like for example, if you look at our date here now, if you look at our date, you can see that it's actually, sorry, in the sales table, you can see that our date is actually in that format. Sorry, I didn't change this. But anyway, even if we change this format now, let me even change the format for you. Change it to day, month, year. This one skipped us, we would have changed it. Even if we change it to this format, I mean, Power BI still shows us it in month, day, year. So let's just have it at the back of our mind so that it doesn't confuse us, or maybe when we're presenting a report to someone, just know that it's always Monday, year that is in Power BI. I don't know if they've edited it, but last time I checked, it was still the same thing, defaultly Monday, year. I think it's something they should work on and fix. So yes, so we have all of that. Now I want to show you I think we just have this. If you have any question, ask. So I think this is our last class. So of course I'm still reachable, but it'll be good to ask your questions now. Good to ask your questions now. So we now look at it and say, okay, we want to do a report that suits a particular maybe we are running a business that has various, for example, various stores in various countries. Unfortunately, this is just a US data, but let's say, okay, in this US data, we want to look for we want to do a report that is fit particularly for, let's say, let's look for one state that is fit for let me look for a state that is fit for Texas alone. So let me explain what I want to do now. We've done our sales page. One thing with Power BI is, data is very important. So you might not want everybody to have access to all the data of the company. So if you have a department, a store in Texas, you have another one in New York, you might just want Texas to see what pertains to them. I might want New York to see what pertains to them. So there are ways you can do this. Right? After you've done a generic sales page like this now, which is what you will give maybe top management that wants to see everything. Okay, you now want to send to the manager of Texas and say, this is how you are doing in Texas as a whole. Of course, you can put maybe your state as a slicer, and you just put Texas. But another way you can do it, which is very important and works very well for Power BI, is you can just duplicate that report. Let's duplicate this sales report now. So we want to create a report that is created specially for Texas team. So we can just call it sales for Texas, sales Texas. So what we do here is, that's where this guy comes in. I know we've not done it, we've not been using him, this dot pane called filters. So when you open this filter, you can see filters on this page. That means I want this page alone to be filtered by. Filter on all pages. That means I want to filter by the whole report. So take for example, I've done sales, profits, everything, and I just want to send this report to Texas alone. What I'll just do is I'll filter on all pages. But if I want to filter, I want to show only this page, I'll filter on this page. We'll do both and see how it works. So you can actually filter on page. That means the filter will apply to only this page. You can filter on all pages. That means the filter will apply across all pages. Then you can filter, if I click on a particular chart, you can filter on a particular visual alone. That means the filter will apply to only this visual. So let me go over that again. You have 3 types of filter. You can filter on page. That means the filter will apply across everything on this page. You can filter on all pages. That means the filter will apply on all the pages you've done. Then you can, when you click on the visual, it will give you the option to filter on that visual alone. So that means it's only that visual, only that chart that will be filtered on. So let's do, for example, this one that I want to filter on this page. So we want to filter for Texas again. What we just need to do is, we just need to select, okay, we are featuring on this page. So I'll just carry, where will I see Texas? Texas is in state province. So I'll just drag it and put here. So you can see, it's showing you all the states. So I'll just scroll down and select Texas. So you can see now everything that is showing here is showing me only Texas. So for the Texas manager, I just need to send this report to them and say, okay, well, this report is for your region. Can do another one for another country. If you say another state, if you wanted to do, for example, wanted to do California now, or you want to do Texas and California alone, you can select this one too. You can see it's showing you Texas and California, what you've done. So this just helps you. Sorry, hold on, I need to put on my laptop. All right. So this just helps you, okay, maybe you are doing for a particular, you just want to do quick comparison between 2 states, or you just want to do for a particular set of states, maybe the key states in a particular place or key countries of your business and everything. You just want to see how you are performing there. So with all of this, you can just pick it. So let's pick Ohio too. So you can see it's just comparing those 3 countries alone. So that's featuring on the page. Now, you can do the same thing that we just did now. Let me remove it now. You can do the same thing across all pages. So it's the same thing you do. You just select whatever country, whatever color you want to filter by across all pages. What will happen now? By this time around, you put it here, filter on all pages, and you still do the selection that you want. So let's do Illinois. So you see now, if I go to profits, you can see my profit is filtered to only this state. If I go to this first sales, you can see it's filtered to only this state. So depending on how you want to do it, you can filter in whatever way and whatever manner you want. So you see only, even the city itself, you see only cities that are related to the states. I don't know why this city is not working today. But anyway, that's how you do your filter. Now, that's one part. Another thing you can do for this filter, because this filter I think is what's even this inside to the business. And that way you can do this filter is by doing a measure. Many people like this method, this filter page method. It's very easy. But I want to just show you a particular measure you can use to do some calculations that can help you. that can help you. So that measure is called calculate. You know, I've shown you how to do sum, I've shown you how to do distinct count. Now there's a measure called calculate, and this is how it works. Calculate is a measure that filters on other measures, meaning that, you know, all of this that we did now, we just did a drag and drop. Now for calculate to work, you need to, for example, you want to filter on this total quantity, right? So how do I explain it now? Picture it like this. Calculate is a measure that depends on other measures to work. So when you've written a particular measure, maybe for your sales or your quantity or your profits, right? If you want to filter that particular measure, right, you use calculate. So let's do an example now. So take for example, I want to filter on this total profit now, and I want to find my total profit in this Southeast territory. I want to find my total profit in Southeast territory. Of course, you have a chart that shows it, but if you want to show it as a card, how will you do it? Right? This is what you do, you use the calculate. So let's go to measures. Let's write that calculate function. So I'll click on new measures. Right. This is how it has. Let's do profits. Let's call it profits for let's call it Southeast profits. Southeast profits. Remember, what we want to do is we are just saying, okay, we have our total profit now. We want to show on a card our profit for Southeast alone. We want to show it on a card. So that means out of your total profit, you just need to capture the segment that falls to Southeast and put it as a standalone measure. So I've selected new measure. This is my Southeast. So we use this function called calculate. So I click on calculate. Now you can see the first thing is showing is expression. What this expression is saying is more like saying which measure do you want to, which measure do you want to work on? Which of the measures that you've created on already do you want to work on? So for this, remember it's profit we want to do. So I'll come here and click, or I can just type total profit. That's this measure. Please note, this calculate function is like calculating on a measure. So it depends on a measure to work. You must have created a measure for it to work before you can use the calculate function. So when I click total profit, I'm just following this expression that is here, calculate expression. This expression, I've clicked the measure. Next is a comma. I click a comma. Right? It's not telling me to filter. So it's not saying, okay, now what filter do you want to apply on this measure? The filter we want to apply is we want to calculate the profit of Southeast. So we want to select only Southeast. So what we do is you go to the Southeast column. Southeast is under city. So I do city, sales territory, right? Abidi province, sales territory. So I'm saying filter this, filter total profits where sales territory is equals to, put your quotes, South. Is this single? It's double quotes, sorry. Double quotes. And you click enter. So let's do it now and see what would be our profit. Let me pick a card. I know I need to go over it again. I'll go over it again, please. Just let's see what comes out. Where are my visuals now? Okay. So let me put it, for example, let me put the card here. Another card, just a small card to see what figure came up. So I select South is profit. What's happened? For my handle. What did I select? Sorry. Select slicer. I want a card. Okay. Yeah. So card now. South is perfect. So you can see 18.99 million. So you can see total profit here. Southeast 18.99 million. So let me go over it again. I said calculate function is used to work on a particular measure that has been created if you want to filter on that measure. So you just want to, from that measure, get a part of, like getting a part is like a circle. The measure is like a circle. You want to get a fraction of it. So you use the calculate measure. And how it works is, let me do another one. I said you come to new measure. When you click on new measure, you just follow the instruction. You do maybe, let's do something like total quantity for south. Let's do total quantity for mid-east. So I can call the measure, the name of the new measure, I can give it a name, quantity mid-east. Yeah. So I say you use the calculate function. So I press calculate. When I click on it, follow the instruction. The next instruction say expression. This expression means what is the circle now? I say we want to get part of a circle. The circle is our measure we've done before. So which part of the circle do we want? Which circle are we picking first of all? So we are picking our circle for this one is, let's say, quantity. So you just type total quantity, which is the measure we want to, that's the circle. Then now it's not telling you which fraction of it do you want. So you have to select, okay, this total circle now, which part of the circle, this total quantity, which part of total quantity I want, what am I filtering by? And I say, let's filter by mid-east. So where is mid-east? Mid-east is a sales territory, right? Under the city table. So I'll just type the table city, or you don't even need to even type the table. I just know I'm looking for sales territory. I'll just put sales territory. You see that's come up. So it's telling you sales territory. If you look at it very well, it's telling you sales territory is under the table city. You can see that it's showing like a column. So it's showing you sales territory is under this table city. I select it. Then this sales territory, which part? What do I want to do? It's just like a where statement. So I'm saying get the part of total quantity where sales territory is equals to. You do your double quotes and you type mid-east, for example. Mid-east. Right? Yes, that's the right spelling. And I press enter. So let's test it now. On this place, I will select this one. And I click quantity mid-east. It's telling us about 1 million. So that's just this thing. So if you want to confirm this now, let's just select mid-east now and look. So let's confirm it. What I'll do is I'll select mid-east here and look at how it affects it here. So mid-east. Oh, this is doing only profit, sorry. I need quantity. So you can see 1.33 million. This is just rounding it up because it's not to the nearest it's to the nearest million.
Hello.
Yeah.
The total quantity you picked, it was from the measure we calculated before, right?
Yes.
And this total quantity was the sum of all the quantity sold, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sum of quantity sold. So I just wanted to show you how the so you can see it's similar 832 832. I want to show you how you can do your major filters, because that's the beauty of Power BI filtering. So if you want to filter by the page, you can filter. If you want to filter by a chart, you can filter. If you want to filter by a visual, you can filter. If you want to do a measure just to calculate a fraction of another measure, you can do it. So with that, what you just need to do now is just start thinking of questions that you want to answer. Honestly, there's no question and any data that can be answered. You just need to know the process to get it. That's my rule. That's how I approach it. So, think of the question you want to answer, think of how you want to answer it, and just filter accordingly to answer that question. And that's it. So, with that, I think I've shown you major things that you need to do with your Power BI. You can, all the other things that you need, like, okay, maybe how can you edit, how can you make a visual, you can play around with more visuals. Take, for example, this profit now, instead of using this visual, because I can see that I use only one visual here. You can use other visual. Let it not be like it's only that visual you can use. I can decide to do a donut for it. But I normally like using a donut chart where, like I told you last week, where the categories are not much, so that it comes out nicely. Imagine using a donut chart for something like this, or a pie chart. It's very, very clumsy. It's not giving any insight. So the category of the data should determine the type of charts that you would use. But there are various charts you can use. Let's even do one more chart again, Seth. Let me see. Let me duplicate this sales page again. Let's do a quantity page. Should we do a quantity page? Let me just duplicate the sales page so that you can do the quantity by yourself. I duplicate the sales page and I say, okay, let me change this guy now to maybe I want to do a line chart. So in this line chart, I want to show my sales by months, each month. So I come to dates here. Under these dates, I go to this calendar and I pick months. And I change it to a line chart. So you can see it's giving you a nice graph that is showing. So this is showing across. Let me delete these other ones so that I explain this well. So this is showing you your sales across various months, but this is showing you for the period of 2013 to 2016. Did you understand that? So this is showing you sales. Let me name it sales by months. But what this is showing you now is at this point that is showing you 16.7 for January. It's telling you, okay, all the Januaries within this period, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, he added everything together. And this is total sum. All the Februaries, all the March, that's what it's showing you. So if you now say, okay, I want you to split it according to the years. I want a different line chart for each year so that I can do a direct comparison year by year. So what you do is you select this chart. Select the chart. Normally, I have done can you see a sales by months, but now I will now put what we call a legend. So a legend is like what to now split it. So I've done sales. Let me go over it again. On my y-axis, I selected my my sales, which is my measure. I did total excluding, right? This is it. Then on my x-axis, and I said, oh, I want to see it by the various months. So you can see it as showing for the various months. But I want to split it so that I can show what's like separate each year, because this is cumulative of all the 4 years that we have here. But I want to split it into every year. So I'll now use a legend, what we call a legend. So that means I will now come, you can see legend here. I will come and I will click here, drag it and put it in legend. So you can see it's not showing you, let me expand it. It's not showing you different colors for different years. So this can give you a direct comparison. So the blue is showing you for 2013, the purple 2014, the green 2015 and the red 2016. So like this, you can always tell, oh, okay, we are doing better in January. In February, okay, February is one of our least months, but I mean, as the years has gone by, we are increasing our sales. So this is the latest. Okay, no, you can even see itself. 2015, that means last year we did better in February than this year. So this just gives you analysis that, okay, what happened? Why did we do better last year than this year? You can see we did better okay, we did better this year in March, in 2016 in March than last year. So all of these comparisons, just you can compare year on year, the 2 different years, you can compare and say, okay, how did we do this year? How did we do last year? You can see the difference. So that's one thing you can do with line charts. So there are other charts you can use, right? Let me see. Let's use another chart and see. Let's explore more charts. You can actually even do a table. You can do a table. So let's do this Q and A and see. Oh, sorry. Let me do it on a new chart. Q and A. I remember saying I'll do it last week. So this Q and A is just a smart function that says you can ask your data questions. So I can say top province by profits. So you can already see what it's showing you. Do you see what happened? So you can just type your question. Top. Let's do top. Let me look for something. Top. Let's do top customer. Top customer. So you have to spell it very well. Top customer by let me say category or something. So you can see these are top customer. There are just various questions you can ask your data, but this is mostly used. Most people use it in say PowerBI service. So our top customer that's giving us the most profit is unknown. Let's do top 5. So you can see unknown has a lot. These other ones have this thing. So it's just
what kind of filter did you use here?
Question Q&A, this one.
Okay.
Q&A. So you can see, you can just ask it. It's already smart. It already gives you, see, top state province by total quantity. It already has its own question that it comes with. So you can just use it and just to ask your data quick questions. It's an option for people. You don't want to quickly, maybe a chart is not there. You just want to quickly bring up the chart for people to answer, to see. So it just is top state province by total quantity, and it brings out all of these ones. So this is another visual that we can use. So there are a lot of visuals. There are even some you have to download. Like I said, if you want to download more visuals, you come here, get more visuals, you download more, depending on what you show. There's funnel. If you are doing something that regards to HR, this our data is not that, but if you're doing something like a HR data, that okay, maybe a staff had how they do appraisal. They need you to score this amount. You score this amount, so you can use your KPI. So it's like a bar. It shows you, okay, this is the level you want to get to. I can't do that because I don't have that type of data. This is the level you expect the staff to get to. This is where the staff got to. So you can use that visual. So there are many other visuals that I did not even touch. Even if you do a full class of visuals, will not touch all because it's a lot. It's a lot. But the most important thing is it's not even by some people personally, if I'm doing my reports, I don't go past very simple visuals because I think the simpler the better. I use bar chart, pie charts, line charts, and I still give the insight I want to give from the data. So I always say the simpler the better. Just because there are many visuals does not mean you should use all of them. But just use the visual that is enough to communicate what you want to tell the business. Visual that can communicate what you want to tell the business. So that's just basic. I've shown you, I think I've shown you, yes, I've shown you that calculate. Please learn that calculate. Get used to that calculating, because when some business people ask some kind of questions that they want for their data, sometimes it's only calculate that can save you, because with that calculate, you're able to filter to the thing that they want. So once you're trying to get the visual, it's not working. Just type calculate, click the column that is concerned. They're asking for quantity, or they're asking for profit, or they're asking for sale. Just click if you have a measure for it. Then you can now filter to, even if they want sale in their village, you can filter to that thing, and you have your, and by the way, you can do more than one filter. So that place that we did, okay, where we're doing south is, you can put, okay, where total sales, comma, you select southeast, you can now select southwest, you can now select as many, just using comma to separate the filters. Use comma to separate the filters, so you can get a particular this thing that you want. Now I did only southeast. As I did that southeast, now let me show you this one now that we did southeast profits. So if you want to do something relating to the south, so we've done southeast profit, I can just come here and edit it now and just say comma. So you see in my second filter, I can do the same sales set territory. Sales territory. Where is it? Yeah, sales territory. The same thing I just do equals to, I can do maybe a southwest. So with this, I've more like done maybe something relating to the south. So you can keep adding. Maybe I want to do another thing. Just do comma, add the next filter, do comma, add the next filter. So it just gives you that exact value that you want. So you press enter and it would work. So you can add as many filters as you want on a particular measure that you have created. So yes, I still have about a few minutes with us. So please, in all of this that we've done now, this is our last class. Is there any questions? You can also always reach out to me. First of all, I'm always open. I'm on the group. You can reach out to me if you have challenge. But is there any question, any part you want me to go over again? Because I wanted to tell us to quickly design a page for quantity and see what we can do on our own here in class. But I just want to use the opportunity to first find out if there's any question that anybody has. Maybe something that is not clear, something you want me to go over again. You can just ask now.
I want to ask that, is it possible, for instance, using this data that we just worked on,
Yeah.
Is it possible that you are given this data that we just worked on and you are expected to analyze maybe just the employees and the customers of the company?
Oh, sure. Very possible.
Meaning that you might just have cost to filter on the other tables, or you might not even have any business with the other tables. Is that possible?
Yes, very possible. So there are two ways to approach it, right? It's very tricky. Myself and Mide did something this week that was similar to this. So take, for example, you want to do a report for customers, right?
Yeah.
You want to do a report for customers. Thank you for that question, because I was going to mention it earlier. So let me duplicate this page because of the settings I have, and I just call it, let me do a customers page. Now, for a business, if you are doing an analysis for customers, for example, if you want to do for these customers, first of all, we know that this is a customer space. So what is total quantity, total before tax, total profit might not necessarily count. Now, there are two things that you need to note. This business has customers that are their regular customers, but not all customers are buying, or not all customers would have bought within this period. So that means in this customer table now, right? In this customer table where you have customers, it's possible that you have customers that are here, but they've not done any transaction between 2013 to 2016 like we have. So let me show you what I mean. So let's do a measure to do number of customers. I'll just come here, new measure, number of customers. That means what we are doing this measure is for, is telling us the number of customers that this business has. So what do we do in this particular situation? In this particular situation, what we need to do, we just do a sum, a distinct count, right? Because you want to count the number of customers. Distinct counts of customer ID on the customer table. That's this customer key, because the customer key is what uniquely identifies the customer. So you do a distinct count of it, right? Please stay with me. So you can see that, let me replace this guy. So we can see that for this business, we have 403 customers. But you know that this is just telling the total number of customers that we have for the business. It's very possible that it's not all these customers that patronize our business within this time frame. So one thing I always tell people to do is, if you are doing a customer's data, you just want to analyze the customer data. Okay, these are customer, this is the gender, this is where they are from, all of those things. You can do it separately. But also, you also need to be careful not to conclude that this total number of customers is all the people that patronize the business, because that's a separate customer. The customer table is separate. The people that patronize the business, they are separate. So out of this 403 now, it can be that it's only 200 that were active and patronize the business between 2013 and 2016. So how do we get the really active customers based on this data? You have to do another count on your sales table, because this customer table, like I said, is just like a repository of all our customers. But this sales table is what is telling us the customers that actually came and performed transaction on this particular business. So to do that now, for example, I have my total customers. I can now say a new measure and say total number of active customers. Let's see whether it will be different. Active customers. So what I'll do is I can now come now. This time around, I'll do a distinct count, not on customer table. I'll do a distinct count on sales, but the customer key on sales table. And I create that distinct. Let's see if it's different. What's happening? What did I do? Okay, I did it in millions, sorry. Because of the visuals, it's formatted in a million. I put it as none. So that means, okay, what this is telling us is 400, and this particular business has 403 customers registered in the database. Out of those 403 customers, 403 came to patronize us. I don't know if anybody is getting my logic, what I'm trying to answer.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. So sometimes you just need to be careful. But to answer your question directly, yes, you can do a different analysis now. You can even start doing customers by the year, number of customers that patronize us by each year. So we just do the same thing that we've been doing before. here, instead of picking this guy, you just pick your number of customers or active customers, anyone. Sorry. Why is this? And that means all 403 patronize us each year. That's what this is telling us for 15, 16, and 17. 403 patronize us for each year. But I get what you're saying, and you can actually do that. You can do an analysis of customers alone. You can do an analysis of city alone, depending on what you want to, the business question you want to answer.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Does any other person have any other question? I'll just do this. Any other question?
Yeah, hi. So my question is about what's this thing called? Dashboards. Yeah,
Okay.
like doing a live dashboard. Now I know
Oh.
it's possible, but I've been trying to wrap my head around it, but it's a bit complex.
So a dashboard is done on Power BI service. Let me see. The problem now with this is I had to make a journey, so I travel my official laptop, so I can't actually publish anything to Power BI service. But let me just show you how it is, and I can send a video to the group to that just explains it also. So thank you for even that question, because it's one part that is very important. So when you've done all of this, you've done all your reports, right, and you now want to share it. I mean, you don't have to send this file. You have to share it with people in your company so that they can, so that they can have access to the reports. What you use is publish here on your home. What you use is publish. So it's telling me to save. Okay, I'll save it as maybe class 2. Whatever the report name is, you save it as that. That's the report name that you want people in your company to see. So you can see it's published. You can see it's showing me the name of my company. Of course, I can't publish it here because it's a company this thing. But normally what will happen is you are supposed to enter the email address, especially if your company is a Microsoft, if you use Microsoft related Outlook and all of those things, you're supposed to enter, let me see if I can use my personal email address. You're supposed to enter the email address of whatever you want. I'll still go to the Power BI service so that you see how it is. I'll show you what it is to pin the dashboard. Let me see. Can you publish? Can you publish? No, I can't. I can't use a personal account. But it's that straightforward. Once you click on publish, you enter the company email address. Click on continue. Sorry. Excuse me. Click on publish, enter the company email address, click on continue. Then what it takes you to is something like this. Power BI service. So this app, the powerbi.com. So this is what Power BI service is like. So this is what it's like. All right. So by the time you do that share and you put that email address, it will take you to where you come and you will see whatever you've done. You see it in this my workspace. As you can see, you see it in this my workspace. You see the report name in my workspace and everything. Then you see the various reports in dashboard. Then there will be a sort of like, you know how you have those 3 dots, something like this. Something like this. There'll be a sort of something like this, 3 dots, and you see pin to dashboard. Then you pin. I will send a video to explain it, but I'm just sad that I can't do it here. But it's just very simple. So once you've published, it comes to your workspace. On that workspace, for example, as when I publish that report now, I say data as class 1, you see class 1 here. When I open class 1, my report will open just like it's opened here on Power BI. It will open here. So I will now have these options here. So I can now click and I will see the option of pin to dashboard. I click pin to dashboard. It will ask me which dashboard you want to pin to. If it's a one that is existing, maybe a dashboard for your department, you can pin to that dashboard. If it's not existing, you can create a new dashboard, then pin to that dashboard. So what happens is in that situation, you from various reports, maybe I have different reports from different places, various reports I just want to monitor. So I can pin this report to dashboard, pin this particular visual. I can come to profits. I pin this profit by territory to the visual. Just select different ones and just pin. So it's like having a collage of various visuals from different reports. So you just have one from here, one from here, one from here, one from here. You just have a big dashboard that you can use that are important to you, that you can use to monitor and track the business at that point in time. So that's the idea of pinning to dashboards. I don't know if I would send a link for a video that would explain it better. I can't seem to show that pin here because of my restrictions. But that's just the idea.
Yeah, okay. I think I understand it. Okay.
Yeah. Does anybody have any other question? Like I say, I always say I'm always available. If you have any issue, just once you are working, we have encounter any challenge, you can always chat me up and we'll look at it together. So the goal now is to, I mean, most people will say, what next, right? From now, like, what next can they do? What can we do? The goal is practice as much as possible. There's data set online. At first, you don't necessarily have to make a lot of sense from it, but just get your hands dirty. There's a lot of data set online. There are many sites. I showed you how to get data from the web. There are many places you can get data sets from. Even what's in one of these popular sites, Cargo. Get the data set, practice your cleaning, practice your measures, and just keep practicing, because honestly, like let me always say, if you leave it, you will forget. The way this thing works is you practice to the point of being proficient. It's just like driving. You can drive every day to the point that, I mean, when you're a beginner, you'll be driving, but when you've learned, mastered it, you can do without driving for 2 years. You just get in the car, you're good. And honestly, that's what has worked for me. Where I used to work before, I used to create reports almost every day, like every day. Not in almost, maybe 3 reports. I'm talking of standard reports every day, and that's how I got so used to Power BI itself, right? Having to answer business questions, and it was just for a short space of, it was not up to a year that I did that a lot. And honestly, I was telling someone, for the past few months, my new job, I've not really had to use Power BI, but I know it. I can still teach it. And that's because I practice to the point where I can't forget it again. The only thing is, okay, maybe there are some new updates. I just need to check, okay, well, what is the new update? But say, write measure, answer this question. I'm not saying I know the measures in my head, but I can write measure. If I cannot write it, I know how to search the internet, source the internet to answer the particular question I want. But that's because I had practiced and I had passed a threshold where, okay, I was now a bit proficient. Are there things in Power BI I don't know? Yes, but they are not things that I can't know. It's just because I'm not actively using it now. And even up to now, I'm not actively using it. As of last week, I still did a full course on I think Udemy, just to learn a few more things. So it's just you improving and practicing and getting better at it. That's what I'll just say. What I've shown you now is basically the basics of Power BI. Now, if you want to get into more advanced, get better at it, it's just based on your practice. What videos? There's a lot of videos on YouTube, a whole lot, plenty. So XSF. So sometimes you might not necessarily be in the mood to open your Power BI and just watch the video and look at what they are doing. As long as you understand what they are doing, when you need to apply it to come back, it will come back. So that's what I'll just say. Power BI is a very great tool. If you understand it, I know many people say, okay, what of Tableau and all of those things. If you understand Power BI, Tableau will not be hard. By the time you take Tableau, what you just need to do is you need to just know where to go to get what. It's not be a matter of understanding the tool from the scratch because it's basically the same idea for analysis. It's just that there are some various differences here and there. But if you understand one, you can easily understand the others. So just practice, please. Please practice. If you don't practice, you'll forget. The same thing with SQL. If you don't practice, you forget. Practice how to bring in data, how to bring data from various sources. Check YouTube videos. Okay, Yomi has said you can get data from all of these sources. Go and look for a YouTube video that say, okay, bringing in, see the sources, various sources, because you don't know what they might give you in an interview. Yomi has said you can bring in data from the we've done workbook, we've done CSV. Someone somewhere has done on YouTube how to bring in data, XML, how to bring in JSON, how to bring in PDF, how to bring in packet. So, I mean, it's just for curiosity's sake, you can just go and you don't necessarily have to do it. But for curiosity's sake, you can just say, okay, I have to bring in JSON data into Power BI. I have to bring in XML data into Power BI. You did not practice, so you just watched it, but you've learned it. You've learned it, and that's how you get better. How to bring in data from SQL Server, how to bring in data from various servers. You know, all of these things that I've said. Okay, then you can check, okay, what are the other transformations that we did not cover? Because there's a whole lot. What are the transformations we did not cover that you can do on Power BI? You can reverse rows, you can pivot columns, you can pivot columns. I'm telling you, all of these things are online. You just need to go and you can split column. I think we did the split column. You know, you can format, you can extract. All of them are online. You just have to on your own, just decide that, let me just learn this thing. So if you give yourself a challenge, that's okay. In the space of a month, you can do a 30-day challenge. Like every day, I'll learn one thing about Power BI. By the time that month is done, I tell you, you might even be better than me. So, because it's different if you have a job and you've learned it now, you're applying to the job. It's different in that way. I would say that's how, for me, I got to master it because I was doing it every day. But when you're not doing it every day, just make it a challenge that, okay, every day for the next 1 month or 2 months or 3 months, I'm putting myself to a challenge. I would try and learn a new thing on Power BI or watch a video or a short clip or a short tip. There are some people that's what their channel is all about on YouTube. Tips on Power BI. Okay, I want to do X, Y, Z. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes video. You just see, oh, these are the did. Okay. And you've learned it and you're good to go. So that's what I'll just advise from now on that you guys should do. Yeah, so I still have about 15 minutes, so I'll hand over to Mide.
Thank you so much, Yami. Thank you for the classes. I'm sure, guys, please, if you've enjoyed your Power BI class so far and you have learned something and you are more gingered to, maybe dive. Another thing I always like to say is test the waters. Don't say, I mean, yeah, how do I want to put this? It's okay for you to try all of them and then decide, you know what, I think my strong suit is Power BI, my strong suit is SQL, my strong suit is Excel. I say it boldly anyway. Me and Excel, we are not best of friends. I would, but can I use it? Can I solve challenges with it? Yes, right? Because I've learned to develop that skill. But then if you give me a choice, which of the tools will I pick? I'll pick SQL. easily without, because I know my way around it. I know, I did an evaluation of this at work this year, and I could say I am boldly a 7.58 when it comes to SQL, right? With Power BI, I am good, but again, I still need help. Do you understand? So if from your three classes, if you decide, you know what, I feel like Power BI is my thing, there are jobs out there that are just looking for people who, that can focus on the business intelligence part, so the Power BI part. They will tell you, like Yomi said, they'll tell you to have the other skills just so that you're able to query your database and so on and so forth. But that can be your major skills. I'm looking at bringing David to look at our CVs, or I'm looking at bringing a friend of mine to speak to us about CV and do a CV review for us next week. He is a Power BI developer. He doesn't write codes. He doesn't do all this MySQL and everything. He says it a lot. You get. He has decided that that is his own. That's where he wants to focus on. So please, it's okay for you to test the waters, try, give all of them a chance. And then, as you use it, as you practice, you can now decide, you know what, I think I prefer this one. And then when you now decide, I think I prefer this one, try as much as possible to be an authority in it. You can still now decide, maybe after 1, 3, 4 years, that I think I'm bored of it, I want to go into something else. But if you're an authority in it, when anything happens, when you're an authority and you speak about it, as actually, when anyone thinks about that particular tool, you will come to mind. And the amazing thing about that is you will get opportunities, because people will easily feel like, oh, this so and so person is very good with Excel. This other person needs an Excel, focused data analyst. Let me link them up. Before you know it, you're getting job opportunities. One of my students, he hasn't officially gotten like in proper 9 to 5, but he does a lot of work with like a lot of government officials and government companies and government whatever in Nigeria. He's here. He has gotten like 2 or 3 that have had to come in to sort of help him solve some challenges he was having. So once you know what your own strength is, it's easy for you to. And then I want to commend one of you who already got herself an interview. She already got herself, in fact, it's so amazing, because it shows me that, again, not every single person will give you that commitment you're looking for, but that just shows me that at least I know for a fact that people are getting value for what it is that they have paid for, and what it is that they are learning in this class. Her getting an interview, even if her getting an interview is a big deal, because not a lot of people, get interviews 2 to 3 weeks, coming from the what's it called now, the industry she's coming from. She's not a technical person. She did not come from a tech-based industry. So coming from that industry and landing herself an interview, it is amazing. Without us even doing CV review yet, it shows that she's seeking for more. She's trying to walk outside of the class. The honest truth is, I feel like people think when you pay for data camps and all of these things, they would teach you every single thing. No, the honest truth is, you would have to do your research to a certain extent, and there are some things you would not even learn until you're on the job. It's just what it is. Just the way it is. There's nothing you can do about that one. There are some things you will not pick up on. If you ask me certain things that I've learned now in this December, if you had asked me about it in January, maybe I would have Googled to find out what they are or how to solve them in SQL. But right now, I don't need to Google. I can legit look at the error and say, oh, I know what this is saying. I think you should look at this. I think you should remove this. I can legit look at the error and help you rewrite your code or change something in the code that will make it work, right? It's just because it's on the job. I've learned a lot of things on the job. A lot of challenges have happened on the job. And that's why it feels like I overflog the importance of practicing. Practicing just gives you an edge. it gives you that confidence over, someone who just knows the basics and they just feel like, oh, I'm good. If you keep practicing, you will keep hitting challenges, you will keep meeting challenges, you will keep having challenges. And the more you have challenges, if you're someone like me, you will be propelled to want to solve. Like, if my manager even knows, we always have this conversation every weekend. If I have something that I haven't solved in SQL, he will tell me, he will call me and say, I want you to enjoy this weekend fully. Don't think about the SQL challenge. On Monday, we will solve it, right? So challenges make you better. Challenges help you to understand. Like Yomi said, the stuff he said, I can relate to. I had a challenge when I was doing something during the week. I had to call him, like, my boss, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what I did wrong. And then we're able to look. That's another thing about being a powerhouse in what tool it is that you've chosen. He was able to look at it and say, oh, let's do this, do that, do that. And we solved it on the call in what? Less than an hour. So you want to get to that stage where people, and he has told you his story. He's not been in the industry for too long, right? It's just he's practiced, he's worked, he's learned on the job, and he feels like he knows everything, right? He doesn't know everything. And another thing, like I always suggest, I always say, is your Googling skill. It is a skill. I don't know that. I think I figured that people don't understand that. The ability to Google and get the right answers, that is a very important skill in this life and when you're working. And it will shock you that when you start getting jobs and you go into the jobs fair, you will see some of your managers, like your lead developers, they are still Googling to find solutions to some problems. Some things they can look at it and say, oh, this is what's going on. But a lot of things they still Google, they still forget. I know someone said to me recently that I've been on the job for the past 15 years, and sometimes I forget my ETL process, you know. So please, just keep practicing, and the sky is the limit. Congratulations to the person that I don't want to mention her name because I'm not sure she's comfortable with me saying it. But congratulations to you. We'll work together. I was gonna have a look. I didn't sleep early, so I was gonna have a look at your stuff, but I got tired. I'll have a look once I'm done with my house chores, and then I'll give you a call, and then we can have a look at it together to see possible questions that they can ask you. Please, guys, you're literally done with class. Next week is just a formality, right? So please make sure that you start. Now is the time to start. I remember, I don't know if it was this group or the other alumni group, I was saying it to them that this period is when employers are looking to fill up their positions or the open positions they have. And the reason is because they want to, how they do this budgeting stuff and stuff. They want to know what they're going to be, what they're going to put their hands on, what they're going to be spending by next year. So a lot of times you find that recruiters are on the rave this period from October till December. It is that one period that I'm very sure that recruiters are looking for people constantly. They are reaching out to you. It's almost like they are using the job to beg you. One LinkedIn guy one recruiter on LinkedIn reached out to me, I think on Friday, or what was it, and we're having a conversation about the salary, and I said to him, I was like, I'm sorry, I'm not comfortable with that salary. He started adding plenty benefits. There's that. It just shows me that they are really, and a lot of times recruiters will tell you that I'm not going to look for something lower for you, because the more you make, the more they make. So once you understand that power, you know that you are a gold mine. They are looking for you. They need you. If you're making 70K, for example, his commission or their commission on it is going to be equally as high. And that's another reason why they like permanent staff, because I think maybe after a year or every year they now give them something. So the longer you are there with them, the more money they make, something of the sorts. Because I have an HR friend that was explaining it to me. So as much as you're looking for jobs, they need you, right? I'm not saying you should use that to be unnecessarily proud, but just have that at the back of your mind. And like another of my friend would say, you're a person of color. And according to him, I think the UK government even pay companies to sort of start, being more inclusive. So you need to know how to place yourself in that category where you just know that you're needed. And like I always say, it's hard. This is the hardest of every single thing when it comes to job hunting or anything job process. If you lose that job or if you did not pass that interview stage, that is not your job. It is the hardest thing to hear. And I say that because during the time where I was searching for my current job, it was when people say those things to me, I just get pissed. Like, what do you mean? Like, does that not mean I'm not good enough? No. I remember my friend and the HR one, he kept insisting. He was like, Lamide, that job is not for you. It is not for the one that is for you. You will see that you will not need to hassle. You won't even need to stress. And that was exactly what happened. My interview process, there was no stress. I felt like I was gisting. I felt like I was already a part of the team. So please don't let, I know that it's very hard. I'm not going to belittle how difficult the mental process of job hunting can be, but just have it at the back of your mind that you are the price. As long as you're doing your job, you're practicing, you're getting better, you are the price, and they need you. And if one company doesn't take you, they are not the right fit, right? Or they might not even be the right fit for you as well. So don't see it as, oh, am I not good enough? No, you're you're good enough as long as you're doing your own part of it. Like, I don't know if some, excuse me for those that are Muslims. Yeah, the Bible will say that faith without works is dead. As long as you're doing the work, as long as you're tilling the ground, God is faithful enough to bless the work of your hands. Just have that at the back of your mind. So just know that as long as I'm doing my practice, as long as I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, God is going to perfect the rest for me. And that your own job, the one that is your own, it will come. Please, let's have that at the back of our minds. Yami, you want to say something? Yamash.
Oh yes, yeah. So I was just gonna say I nearly forgot and I did not give an assignment. So at the end of the day, I'm gonna give a project. I'm still working on something with your tutor, me and Lamide, we're working on something. I want to give you a project that would entail everything and give you a full reverse view, get you to touch everything we've done. That we've done. It's a project that you can actually, if you do it well, you can actually put it on you can put it as one of in your portfolio as something that you can do. So I want to do that. But for just to refresh, I know most of us did what we did last week. I mean, the class we did last week. So for today's class also, I want you to, before next class, refresh again. Let's do this. Please, let's note it down. So from today's report, from today's class, I want to see us come up with a sales page. A sales page. The sales page can be more than one, but I mean, when I mean sales page, I want to see like sales by this thing, sales by all the things we say today, sales by territory, sales by all of those things. I want to also see something that talks about the line charts that we did, that shows each year, month in each year, things around that for sales. I want to see the same thing for quantity. So you see all those things that we did for sales today, we can also do it for quantity. I showed you how to do it. I want to do the same thing for quantity. We did sales profit. We did it for sales. We did it for profit. We did it. So I want to see it for quantity. I want to see it for customer. I want to see it for employee. And I want to see it for stock item. I know it's a lot, but with all these things I've said now, I said sales, profits, quantity, customer, employee, stock item. With all these things I've said now, I'm expecting a report for a minimum of 5 pages from most of us. A minimum of 5 pages. So for example, a page can be something like this now. This, can you see my screen, please? Can you see my screen?
Yes, but I can.
Oh,
Okay, yeah.
okay. So for example, now a page can be something like this. I just did total sales by month, yeah? You can do something similar like this. Once you've done the total sales, you can do something like a profit here, right? That shows the same thing. So as we're seeing our sales, we're seeing our profits. You can do the same thing for quantity. You're seeing your sales, you're seeing your profit, you're seeing the quantity. So just stuff like that. I just want to see what we can come up with, a minimum of 5 pages, but I want you to cover all of these areas: sales, quantity, customer, employee, stock, item. So I want to see something that covers those areas. Just
Hello.
think and let's think and let's just come up with something. I'll
Hello.
check. I'll make sure I check it, and
Hello.
I want to promise to give everyone feedback, but your feedback might not be immediate because this week is very busy. But I'll give you feedback to all the reports that are there.
Hello.
Oh yes, I can hear you.
Are you trying to say that we should do sales by different dimensions, right?
Yes.
Profits by different dimensions.
Exactly.
Sales by customer, sales by region, something like that, right?
Yeah, it works. It works. Yeah.
Measured by different dimensions.
So just make sure that your chat is trying to answer a particular question. But yes, that's what I mean. And you can do the same for profits. You can do the same for quantity. Then also try to do things that can make use of all the measures we've learned, particularly the calculate, because I know that calculate is a bit tricky. So try to do maybe a chart that just shows that, oh, you use the calculate function, just to touch on the areas that we did in class for practice sake. Then I'll still give a project that would cover a lot of things that I'm still trying to create it together. So
then the calculate, when we do the calculate, will we place the card just by the
yes. So for that, like here on top here,
like on the side, or where is it going to be?
no, you put the cards together with this one. So for example, now in all of this that I've said, now if you want to do something around the calculate, you can just do a maybe do a page that says, okay, for example, you can do a page that will say south, page that is talking to things relating to the south. This is what I mean. For example, if you look at your data now in this city, right, in your territory, for example, you have southeast, you have southwest. So you can do a page that just talks of southeast and southwest. So it can just be a page on sales or profit that relates to just the south. I'm just come up with anything. I'm not saying this is what you must do, but I'm just giving an idea. So you can just say, okay, in that particular thing, you just do a calculate function that this will be your two filters for that page. Then you can just do a small chart, do some charts that just, just helps you practice how to use calculate.
So when we do the cards, the calculate cards,
yes,
you can visualize it as well, right?
Sure.
In that page.
Yeah,
in
you
the
can.
page
Yes.
where you have the card.
Yes. Then also don't forget to play around with these filters too, so that you use it. They actually would do the same thing, but just so that So for example, you can decide to say for your exercise that you want to do everything relating to the south. You want to use calculate to get a report specially curated for south. You want to use calculate. Then maybe for maybe far west, mid east, and this thing, you can decide that you want to use this filter here to do it. Like I showed you, you want to filter on this page, just so that you make sure that you touch everything that we've done in class today and know how to apply it.
One more question.
All right.
The background we are using right now, do I call it the canvas? Like when it is empty, can I put like a background in it if I want to?
Sure.
How would that work?
So this something like this, right?
Like say your office logo, for instance, you want it to, how do I put it now?
You want it to be the background. Let's do one quickly.
Yes.
So for example, now I'm working on this one. You can do anything. Some people used to even import, download background online and put it. Everything is still with this inserts. So if you use your office logo, like the logo we used in today's class, now I want to use that as background. So what I just need to do is I'll come to image. So what Lamide was saying, what I've been saying before, you see this thing that I just asked now. I don't think I've ever done it. But because I'm familiar with it too, I just know that it's possible. Because I've seen someone do it in one of the tutorials that I did before. So I just drag it, right? Once I've dragged it like this, you see it's very bold. I'll just come and do effects, right? Let me see. Right? I put the background on and I reduce its transparency. Should be possible. Sorry. To do the effect on the image. I mean, should be something to be done. I want to reduce this. I want to reduce the image.
To make it look faded.
Yeah, I want it to be faded. I know it's possible, it's just that I've not really done it before, but it's possible. Coming. Okay. Radiations. Let me try something. So if I pick a text, sorry, that's a text. Okay, so this is a text. You can actually type anything you want if you want to type to, but that's not what I want. If I pick a if I pick a shape, take for example, I pick a rectangle, right? And in this rectangle, I insert an image inside. Let's see the image. I put the image on top. So there are many ways to achieve what you want to do. So this is, for example, this will be the background. This is what I want to be the background. I take this image, this shape that I've put now, I place it on top to make it the same size, right? So now that I've made it the same size, I will just come and I click on this. So see what I'm doing. Currently, I clicked on the image.
You've changed. Sorry, what did you do to change the color now?
No, I've not changed the color. It's still two different things. Can you see? So this is the image, right? This is the shape that I picked. Are you with me?
Yeah.
Okay. So now I want this to be, I don't want it to be this bright because it's shouting on, like it to be too, if I do a report, it will show too much. So I can just do something like this. I click on this shape. I come here and I do the general effects on the shape. I change the color to say white. Shape color. What's wrong? Sorry. I change the shape color. I change the shape color to say white, right? And I put it on this. Sorry, but there's something I want to achieve. I'm not getting it. But there's a way, I would have not done it before, honestly, but I know that there's a way to always put a background. Normally, if you want to use the logo on another background, you can just do, okay, you want the background to be a particular shape. So you just do a rectangle across and make it and color it. But for this logo, and I'm very, very sure that there's something, it's just that I don't know where this thing is. If I take my time, I'll look for it and find it.
Thank you.
I'll look for it and I'll type the solution in the group.